Am I the only one that's not hearing anything?
These things need to kick together. It's like, oh, I got mad.
Okay, folks, we should probably get started here this morning. It's looking like we got most everybody here, not quite everyone. But we do have a quorum, so we will start. We'll call the meeting to order. We do have a proposed agenda on the e-scribe. I'll ask for a motion to approve that agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll turn it over to CAO to start us off this morning.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was remiss yesterday. I should have explained our evacuation policy just under our safety protocol. So if we do have to evacuate the building, the senior members, returning members know this, but for the new ones, depending on the incident, we do have a door directly to the outside. If it's safe to go that way, that would be our first priority for exit. Our rally point for the corporate office is in Gyro Park, just across the street. So we would evacuate over to there and then take directions from the first responders, whichever crew was called in to assist. And then we do have various staff appointed and trained as marshals, and you'll see them walking around in the gaily decorated vests that will herd you into the right spot. Okay, so if that happens, of course, the plans go right out the window immediately. We all scurry, but that is the plan. Okay, so Director Holmes? Slowest runner. Okay, so for those in the room, thank you for coming back. For those that are electronic, appreciate you making the effort to join us. I know that some have the health issues, and hope you're all doing well, that you'll stick in with us today as long as you can. So we did get started on our 2023-2027 budget yesterday, and you got the introduction. Today, when we start off, we have our applicants for the regional grant and aid grants, and they'll be assembling over in the Gord Davidson room, and we're going to give them 10 minutes each to make their presentations. That was what they were told. And then, obviously, if you have questions or you want more explanation, make sure we do that when we have the group in attendance so that they can respond. We'll go through, how many we got, Jim? 8. We got 8 applicants. We'll go through them, and then we'll have an opportunity to discuss them at the end, and it'll be the same protocol. We'll ask if there are some that you just don't agree fit into the eligibility criteria, we can strike those. The ones that we do agree and that we're interested in, we'll leave them on the list, and then from time to time we can come back and review those once you get more information on the full budget. But the idea is that let's hear what they have to say, make sure they fit the criteria, and then determine if there are some that we don't want to leave on the list. And that will take a while. With 8 of them, and probably 10 to 15 minutes each, we'll go through those, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll talk about them. And then after that, we'll get back into our discussion about our program changes in our capital budget, and we'll see how far we get today. We won't keep you extra long. We know these days can be onerous, so we'll make sure that you're right here by 3, and then if you want out earlier, you'll just let us know. Okay, so at this point, we'll turn it over to Mr. Safino, and he can start us off.
Thank you. So one of the things that, sorry, I hope I don't lose my voice by the 3 o'clock. So one of the things I just want to quickly discuss is that, you're all going to receive an email from me regarding the presentation to those board members that have councils to invite me at whatever appropriate time you wish. So that will happen after first reading. And as far as the directors for electoral areas are concerned, you will also get an email asking if you would like me to present live. We're also going to do a presentation online so that anyone can actually see it, and there'll be a general one. But if you invite me, it'll be general and specific to your areas. So that's something that will be coming in the next few days. So with that, let's start the Budget Committee Workshop 2.1. So I thought maybe I'd go back and talk about the regional grant and aid policy. That's something I did talk about yesterday, but for those that are new and those that would like a refresher, we could start with that. So this is the agenda that the CEO was talking about. So with a regional grant and aid policy, I don't usually like to read word for word on the PowerPoint, but in this case, these are the policies that the previous board adopted. So grant and aids will be provided to subsidize activities that are not the responsibility of senior level of government. Like yesterday, I said that an example would be a Canada Day celebration. Preference will be given to those events or initiatives that have not received assistance from other local governments. It has happened where unintentionally someone may apply for us and also one of the municipal governments. No organization will receive more than 2 regional grants in a 4-year period. These ones qualify, so that's not going to be an issue. Annual maximum grant allocation to any organization is to a maximum of $50,000. No one, if you read the Appendix 3, has asked anywhere near $50,000. Organization is locally based and their efforts are regional in nature. Benefits or events or initiatives are significant to help at least 3 electoral areas or member municipalities. Events or initiatives fills in a need in the community, support from source, support from other local, provincial, or federal government, alignment with at least one regional strategic goal as identified in the strategic plan. And finally, grant funding is not permitted to be used for remuneration for wages, consulting fees, capital improvements, rent, lease, premise, operating or capital deficit, and tax payments. These are the regional grants summarized. It is, again, in your Appendix 3. Appendix 3 includes all the detail that was submitted to us and then forwarded to you. It's got all the information. When they do present, you after the presentation, you're free to ask any questions. And later on in the meeting, once they are not in this room, you can start discussing what your thoughts are. At the end of the day, whatever you decide today can change right up until adoption. So nothing is in stone, and they will be made aware of that, so that if something changes in your minds, you can go back and say yes or no. So one of the things that, go back here, one of the things that's going to be a little different today is yesterday we did budget presentation 101, and some of the work that I did yesterday was supposed to be today. The first presenter, which is the Naramata Center Society, is coming in at 9:20. So if I may, I can just continue working on the program changes for the supplemental requests until 9:20, or if you like, you can ask questions, and I can answer any questions from yesterday or what's going to happen today. It could be that they're early, and then I'll be lucky.
I see a bunch of hands here, so I'll just go to Director Wiebe first and then Director Conans.
So just or through the chair, just a quick question. I sit on the executive of SOEX, so I don't think I'm allowed to be a part of the dialogue for that. Am I understanding, is that correct? Because I'm not just a member, I'm actually on the executive.
Yeah,
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear that I won't be voting on that.
sure. Just when that one comes up for discussion, then just leave on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Director Conans, you had a hand?
Yes, I haven't been here for 4 years. So would you remind me, I know that each area has some funding themselves, amount of money that they can spend on discretional items. Can you explain how much that is and what for each area?
Go ahead.
So each area has the ability to also give their own grants. These are regional grants where all of the participants pay. In the grant that is for their own area, they pay for it and it's funded from taxes. So, and it's discretionary. So each electoral area actually budgets an amount. They vary from $4,000 to $20,000. So, but they must apply separate, and they have to meet a specific criteria for their own specific area. And this one here, as stated earlier, it has to help at least 3 different municipalities or electoral areas. That's the difference. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that does. When you said you're not allowed to apply to more than one level of government, does that also mean you're not allowed to apply for an area and the RDOS grant?
That's what that is. So if someone approaches Penticton and us at the same time, one or the other should say no, because it's, for our criteria is if they apply for a municipality, they don't automatically apply for us.
Or, for example, if they were to apply at Naramata to the director and apply to the RDOS as a whole, they're not really allowed to do that either?
Correct, and that's something that staff actually will look at and inform the director, stating that there's a conflict here. So it would be, if you say yes here and Naramata says yes, then there's a conflict, and Naramata should say no.
Thank you.
Sorry, just example.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, so.
So I understand the first one's here.
Okay,
So
well, we may as well start with them then.
what I'm going to be doing is stepping back here and let the presenters speak.
Sure.
Do you want to bring them in?
So this is the Narmada Center Society, and it's Joni, Kwok, and Sasha.
Okay, thank you. Please take a seat.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sasha Biminitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Naramata Center. This is Joni Kwok, my Program and Partnership Manager. We're really pleased to be here and just want to give you a brief rundown on the community concert series that we are hosting at the Naramata Center and sort of how we hope to position the center as a bit of a community cultural resource hub for the region.
Thank you, Sasha. So over the summer, we host a variety of various programs open to all of the community members around in the area. And of the programs that we offer, it could be anything from drumming circles to yoga to a variety of various family-friendly programs. And last year, we had piloted a program of concert series on the lawn, which was open to all members around Naramata and also saw visitors coming in from Penticton, Summerland, OK Falls, Caledon, a variety of various people coming from around the region to enjoy these concerts. And so we've presented here on the slides a few of the pictures of just showing some of the people coming to the center over the course of the last summer. So if you want to just sort of click through. Not sure how the presentation thing works.
There's a control right in front of you.
Oh, okay. There we go. So if we just show through a few of these different photos of people coming in and the experiences of what they get when they come. So last year we saw about 100 people each week, each Thursday, and we'd like to be able to expand this offering by bringing in more concert musicians with more well-known names, and then hopefully bring in up to 200 to 300 people each week. And you can see that on our facilities that we do have the capacity to bring in, to hold the capacity of that many people. If in the event that we have inclement weather, we do also have a very large gym that can hold up to 300 people. And so we have hosted a concert series in our gym as well. This is just a few of the people that we've had at our center. Dawn Pemberton coming in from Vancouver. She's a soul vocal singer. And we also have R.A. Neufeld. Maybe some are familiar with that name here in Penticton. Another young upcoming artist, her name is Perla, and she's in Calgary, Alberta. And then we also have like Christian Power, who is a well-known drumming circle, and of course Yanti, who's a local musician in Naramata, who has also brought in many people who have enjoyed her music over the course of the years. And then just also showcasing some other of the facilities that we have. This is our campground commons, and also a place where we've hosted concerts as well. Then I'll also let Sasha sort of speak a bit more to the grounds and the facilities that we have.
So while this application itself is quite limited in scope, it's a $5,000 application. We're applying for $5,000 to help us support bringing in higher profile guests for our concert series and market and promote to the wider region. We're really looking to see the Naramata Center. It's a charitable status, not-for-profit. We're looking to see it as a cultural hub for the region. In speaking with Regan and Augusto from your Parks and Recreation division, we started to understood that there are very few facilities within the Okanagan-Similkameen that can have the venue space, the accommodation, the kitchen, and alignment with the region as a cultural center. So this is really just a first step to what we hope will become an ongoing partnership with the RDOS. We want to see the Naramata Center become a year-round facility for arts, cultures, community development within the greater region of the RDOS.
And that concludes our presentation. We now open up the floor for questions.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll just check with the board if anybody has any questions. Director Gettins, go ahead, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'm just curious, who owns the Naramata Center?
The Naramata Center is an independent not-for-profit, so it's a registered charity, and so like any not-for-profit, its ownership is registered with federal government, the Provincial Societies Act.
Sorry, just as a follow-up, does that include all the land? Is that what the Naramata Center is?
The Naramata Center is 17 acres within Naramata, 19 buildings. It's been here we're celebrating our 75th anniversary next year. It was originally started as a United Church Leadership Development Camp. It's 1998. It broke away and sort of is now an independent, standalone, not-for-profit society.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
To the chair. So my question is, so you're stating that you're interested in the $5,000 to pay for the performers coming. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And marketing.
And marketing.
Okay, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. So your long-term goals to create a more regional cultural center. Do you have any sort of strategic plan to move in that direction, or how are you going to get there?
We've started talking with our primary point of contact for the RDOS is Adrian, Regan, and Augusto, and so we've already have a partnership with the RDOS during the winter use when the center is really in what we call winter fallow. We have turned over the use of our gym as a community facility to the RDOS Recreation Department, so they're already at no cost at all to the RDOS. We just hand it over to them. We've also collaborated over with our summer community offerings, and maybe you can speak a bit more to that, but we've got partnership where when the RDOS is recreation, we were just seeing duplicating our efforts. They wanted to do community events that we were already offering. So now we're actually in collaboration. We collaborate throughout the summer to extend everything that happens at the Naramata Center now is available to anyone in the regional district.
I think you summed that up really well. That's pretty much what it is.
Okay. Director Watt?
Thank you to the chair. My question simply, and thank you to the presenters, is that you're asking for $5,000, which I appreciate. What's your steps next year? So you're getting, this is what we would hope is a one-time funding model. But how does it differentiate this year from next year? Why wouldn't you just come back for another 5,000?
Well, we hope to also be partnering up with a variety of businesses in the area. So we hope that they will see benefit in bringing in these new tourists or new participants into the area and hopefully generate more economic activity, that they will see viability, feasibility, and that they would want to sponsor these events.
Okay. Director Graham?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, through the photos, it looks like phenomenal space. I personally haven't been there. Quick question. Do you, in your plan moving forward, do you have plans to charge for any of these events? Like when bringing in acts, I understand the $5,000 grant you're after, but are you going to look at a business model to where you'll be charging for people to come to these events?
There's a potential for that. However, right now, as we operate, we are also an accommodation site. So our accommodations include what we call a community life fee, almost like a resort fee might be a good equivalent to that. And so they're already paying for these activities, which help to fund and subsidize any of the other offerings that we give out to the community.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any other hands, so we appreciate the presentation and we will discuss this later. Great. Thank you.
Real pleasure to meet everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I understand that the Ha 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 Kids Festival is, okay. Isn't, the Kids Festival, they're not here yet, and neither is the Community Wellness, but the South Okanagan Immigration and Community Service asking for 7,000 is here, and if I could bring them in.
By all means.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just have to remember which order they came in, so when we're talking about them, we know who we're talking about.
So the next presenter is Elmira from the South Okanagan Immigrant Society.
Thanks so much.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank
Please just.
I can't be in here.
Good luck. Thank you.
Go ahead with your presentation whenever you're ready.
Is it on the screen? Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Well, while it's loading, I think I'll begin to save some time. And thanks so much for having me earlier. I know my presentation wasn't until 9:50, but luckily I was here earlier. Well, before I begin, I want to introduce myself. My name is Elmira Galiva. I am the coordinator of the Local Immigration Partnership at the South Okanagan Immigrant and Community Services. Our organization is a charitable organization and has been around for over 45 years now. And I'm here to present a project that we call Professional Immigrant Network, connecting newcomer professionals to rewarding careers. So before we, and this is how it works, yeah? Excellent. So, and before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the land that we're on. I acknowledge that as a learning partner, I live, work, and learn on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Syilx people of the Okanagan Nation. And this land acknowledgement does not replace my obligation to work daily to decolonize my life and practices. So, as I mentioned, we are a settlement organization, so we offer free services to all newcomers to the South Okanagan Similkameen region. And we offer language classes, settlement services, employment supports, and many other different projects. Lately, we've been working on a lot of anti-racism projects, and for that, we actually got a provincial recognition and award. So the project itself, the goal of the project is to create an inclusive and diverse network of immigrant professionals where they interact and develop their careers, where they interact with local professionals and build their networks. And we're also hoping that with this project, we'll address some of the labor shortages in the region. So we are hoping to conduct regular meetings at least once a year, and we're hoping this would be in person, with sharing international food, getting speakers from various fields, introducing immigrants to various career opportunities in different sectors. For example, banking, healthcare. So that's kind of the idea. Another important component here is the civic education program. And I see Sabrina, who already participated in our project as a speaker, and we really appreciate that. So the program is to help newcomers learn about various government structures, understand how they work, understand how they can get engaged as volunteers, and also prepare to be active citizens, because many of them are going to take citizenship tests very soon, so they want to be ready for that. And I think it's an amazing opportunity for them to interact with real government representatives and ask questions. So that's a really good component of this program. Okay, moving on. So we are hoping that each meeting will be attended at least by 15 professionals, and there will be 60, 70 total because the group will be changing. The duration of the project is 12 months, and at least 10 meetings we're going to hold, in addition to our civic education program. So we feel that it aligns with RDOS priorities because it's regional in nature. We're going to engage the participants from the whole region and make sure we provide transportation for them to attend. It's aligned with the strategic priorities such as citizen engagement and improving the quality of life and sustainability. So why is this project important? How did we come up with the idea? So as you know, during the summer, we had a lot of displaced people from Ukraine coming over. And during the summer, we usually don't have our regular language classes, which they would normally attend. So we thought we need to create some sort of community for them to, to participate in some sort of a circle. So we held regular potlucks at the office where people just gather together and share stories and feel that they're not alone. And during those circles, we heard a lot of them asking, can we do something around like career development, finding, jobs and making connections locally. So we thought, okay, that's a great idea. We should do that. And then the civic education program that we ran in 2020 and 2021, the participants expressed the same idea. We want to have a network, a regular meeting with local professionals. That's how we develop our careers. You can't enter the workforce just, easily, especially in the professional fields, right? You can start at the entry level, but if you really want to grow and have your international credentials recognized, it's usually through the business networks. And we also did a survey. I don't know if you guys got the handout, but it's we did it in 2020. We're planning another one this summer, coming summer. But we wanted to find out what the current needs are and what people think would help them better settle and integrate in the community. So you have the results, but just quickly, we interviewed over 150 participants. We had surveys and focus groups, and we focused on the feeling of belonging, which is actually really hard to track, but we used some support from previous researchers that were done in the field, and we found out that many people, although they do feel, there are many things that help them feel that they belong, but some things are lacking, and that's civic engagement, social engagement. And due to that, 15% of the respondents didn't feel that they belong. So what can help? Social networks. Again, that's a justification of our project. System navigation that we're hoping to achieve for the project. Meaningful employment is a huge one as well. And community attitude and inclusion. Volunteering is really related to the civic participation as well. So we're hoping that through the project, the participants will learn about different pathways in entering professional fields, develop their networks, or business development actually, and develop social connections, make friends, and learn about various cultures for interaction and sharing food. Access to resources, learning about the civic engagement, as I already mentioned, and another anticipated result, we're hoping that the local professionals that will be engaged will also utilize some of the tools related to workplace equity, diversity, and inclusion through interaction with the immigrants. And we're also going to support local businesses by purchasing their food. That's from our event. As I mentioned earlier, addressing labor shortages is another project contribution, supporting local businesses, supporting culture, and reciprocity. You will see in the budget that we're asking for funding to actually give honorarium to people that will be engaged. And we feel that it's really fair because unfortunately the federal government and often provincial government don't allow this kind of expense. But we feel if we ask people to share their stories, and especially people from the equity-seeking groups, we need to also recognize their time that they're taking off, from jobs and other activities. That one I already mentioned. This is very small, but hopefully you have the project proposal, right? So we're asking for $7,000, and this is how it broke down. Basically, two categories: participant honorarium and refreshments. And of course, we're willing to negotiate the amount. I know you have a lot of exciting projects, so whatever is possible, we would be happy to adjust our project, but we'll still run it. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll check if there's any questions from the board. Director Monteith, go ahead.
To the chair, do you have an idea what the participation would be with each of the meetings? Do you have a projection?
Yeah, so I mentioned it earlier. I think around 15 people roughly will be in each meeting. And the group will be changing through our experience. We know some people can attend, then new people come. Some people would be interested in specific topics. Like, for example, if I'm looking for a career in healthcare, I'd probably go to that one. Yeah, but overall, 60, 70 for sure.
Okay. I had some hands online. Director Knodel and then Director Taylor.
Thank you. Quick question. This is a viable service. Our immigrants are extremely important to us, especially with the workforce being what it is these days. Is this grant a one-time, or are you going to be looking for ongoing funding? Should we be looking for another vehicle for you than grant funding?
Yeah, it's going to be ongoing. We're starting it as a pilot, hopefully with your help. But we do have our regular funding that will support it, such as staff time, and we'll look for other funding opportunities. We normally do, like last year, our civic engagement program was supported by Valley First. So we're hoping there'll be local funders to continue to support this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm working with the immigration group here in Oliver through the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and they're having lots of issues with housing. So yeah, I think you're, like you say, an excellent program. But we're going to have to find you an ongoing funding stream also somewhere down the line. Thank you.
Okay, Director Taylor.
Thanks to the chair and thanks to the speaker. I thought it was a good presentation. I'd like to know, well, first I'd like to just say, although in our culture, sitting down with people and chatting may not seem like a hugely productive, valued contribution, but I think in many immigrants or refugees coming to a strange country, sharing a meal with locals is a really important way of helping. I'm concerned about whether the $25 per person as a sort of honoraria, I'm not sure, does that really have value? And is there a better way of spending the same money? Like if we were to give you the same money, would you put it to a different use that might have as much value? And secondly, can you tell us how many immigrants you're expecting in, say, the next 5 years?
Okay, thank you, Matt. So yeah, I understand the question about honorarium, and for us, like through our conversation with our clients, we know that many are struggling. Many do not have jobs, so for them, even that little amount would be really beneficial, because it's not exactly an incentive, but it's something more from the culture of reciprocity. When we ask them to do something, to share their stories, to share the immigration journeys, we learn from them. We invite them to different research tables, and people get asked the same questions over and over. We feel that we need to also thank them. Although we can also, reconsider the use of this funding. We could use it for transportation, support services such as childcare for people who will be bringing their children. We have that capacity. So we could definitely redirect the funding. In terms of anticipation, I think that's of how many clients we're going to have. Well, that's the question for the federal government. Unfortunately, they were backlogged for quite a bit due to the pandemic. But we know we're going to see a lot of more people coming through. We work with the City of Penticton and BC Provincial Nominee Program, and we know that some people have been waiting for their visas for over a year. So that's kind of, but once they start working more efficiently, we'll probably see a lot of people. The government projections are about 400,000 a year. So we'll get some from that stream for sure. Thank you, Matt.
Any other questions? Seeing none, again, we appreciate the presentation and we will deliberate on this later.
Thank you so much.
Not cooperating this morning yet.
All right, so the next presenter is the Ha Ha Kids Festival by Rachel Blend. Ha Ha Kids Festival.
Oh my goodness, what is this room up to this morning? I don't know. So it's not a PowerPoint, I'm just gonna play a video. Like it's just a file. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry I've been blessed with a very stuffy nose from my children. So if you can't understand me at any point, just raise your hand. So I'm Rachel Bland from Ha 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 Kids Fest. I'm the board chair of that society. We formed in 2019 and we've navigated, there's people down here too. Wow. So we've navigated the last few years pretty well. We feel pretty successful over the challenging obstacles that we've done since we formed in 2019. We obviously didn't get to start producing something right away. So our mission at Ha 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 Kids Fest is to present world standard performing arts and participatory activities that are educational, entertaining, and accessible to all children from all social, economic, and ethnic backgrounds. And we do this primarily by presenting a 3-day festival, annual festival. And I did sit before this board in 2020 asking for funding for our altered concept in 2021. So some of you probably are familiar a little bit with us. So that altered concept was Kids Fest Week because we couldn't actually do the festival. So we brought kits to homes and schools. We did a touring circus show to a few select schools. And we did a public drive-in event in Kings Park parking lot. So RDOS funding was a great support for that because that was a very hard time where we couldn't gain any revenue and stuff. So that also allowed us to gain some engagement and exposure with the children of the South Okanagan and the schools, letting them know that the society had been rebuilt, that we are presenting programming, and so we gained a really great following that way. So that was a very wonderful way to navigate the last few years. We did finally get to produce a festival on site in Gyro Park this past June. It was 3 days and it had the theme Around the World in a Festival Day. It was very well received. We had approximately 3,700 people attend, and our goal was 1,500. So it was quite incredible to have that many attendees and have so many schools and families be interested in the event and the programming. We had children from Penticton. This includes families as well as schools from Penticton, Summerland, Caledon, Costin, OK Falls, Oliver, Osoyoos, Naramata, West Bench, and West Kelowna, and probably more that I've just forgotten. But we had 20 performing artists from across BC that did performances and workshops. We had 13 other nonprofit organizations partner with us that created activities for the children. We had 1/3 of the festival site was an Aboriginal village, or an Indigenous village, excuse me, that was co-created with the Penticton Indian Band. So we formed a really great relationship with them, and we're already working on next year's Indigenous village, so that's great. I'll just show, can I show anything?
Yep.
Oh, you can see on your own little screens?
It'll come up on the big one.
Yeah, you can go ahead. This just is a quick draft video that we've put together. It's a lot of me talking again, so sorry about that, but it'll give you a visual of what we did last year, or this past June.
I think so.
Doesn't like noise. If it comes to it, I can verbally describe. You can see the buses coming in. We actually used that link road there to bring all the buses from all the schools in, which worked really, really well. So we didn't have to do any road closures, but it just made them come into our area that was all fully fenced. So it was super safe and organized and was able to get everybody in and out really easily. And because we have people coming from all over the region, like Costin was like 45 minutes later than people coming from World Sea Elementary or something like that. So, oh yeah, they had a blast. Yeah. Yeah. So we did learn, I'll speak about that a little bit later.
Costin.
Yeah, there's Costin, yeah. So the kids coming are primarily grades like kindergarten to
outside and engaging with other people and interacting with adults of education and artists from art.
We're going to start this over.
Okay, it's only 2 minutes, so don't worry. But it is me talking again, which is fun.
Kids Fest. It is an arts and culture festival for children, primarily between the ages of 2 and 12. But really, it's awesome for anybody of any age to come down and enjoy themselves. So we're definitely trying to keep that arts and culture sector alive. Programming has gone down in that areas in education, especially for the rural communities. So this is a great thing for us. We reach out to all our rural communities in the South Okanagan and try to bring them in. It's great for the kids to be outside and engaging with other people and interacting with adults of education and artists from performing backgrounds. This year, it's the theme of Around the World on a Festival Day. So we've really tried to make sure that that cultural point is across. I mean, our Indigenous village here, partnered with PIB, has been just unbelievable. The kids are getting to experience things they just don't get in the classroom. We're getting things from circus acts to magic to music to Brazilian dance. If you talk to some of the adults that went to the Children's Festival in, 20 years ago, they remember it. And so to bring that back to the community is something very special. So families are getting lots of memories, and these kids are going to come back every year.
So what you see there actually was a nice shot of Gyro Park looking kind of empty. It was not empty. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about that. So for our 2023 season, we're going to use the similar concept, but with we've learned we need to make some much needed improvements. Due to the high demand to attend, we're going to have to cap attendance. And we also found last year with such a high volume of children coming at one time, like all the schools coming, it created long lineups and sometimes overwhelming situations. So to improve upon that, we're going to add 4 to 5 more activities. We're also going to develop a workshop area. And it's looking like at this point it's probably going to be Rotary Park. That will be a workshop area that has 3 or 4 workshops rotating all the time. So that means that there'll be another area for kids to go to and lessen the kind of the crowds in the bigger area and more programming. Our theme for 2023 is Imagination in Motion. So with that, we're also adding a few more artists, not just from BC, but we do have people coming from across Canada now. And our Indigenous village, like I said, is also back. So for this year, we're asking the RDOS for funding in the amount of $5,000 to help in a few areas. One, the general offset of operation expenses to help us keep our ticket prices low. We're still only we're charging $7 for these kids to come. And the $7, for example, a school kid comes on a Thursday with their school, they also get to come back for free on the Saturday. So if they want to come back with their families, something that happens a lot with this festival is you'll get an elementary age kid, and then the family wants to come on the weekend and they still have, because they have younger kids, so they want to come and enjoy it. So the school kid, they get, kind of their deal is they get to come back for free. Also, we want to make sure that our improvements get some funding so that we can make those developments. And also we want to increase our marketing to the other regions, not just Penticton. So the regions or districts all across South Okanagan. We're primarily just towards schools right now, but we'd like to market more to public too, so we're reaching more families. Yeah, so I'm welcome to questions now.
Thank you for that. I'll check with the board if there's any questions. I think you did a great job explaining it, but am I missing? Oh, Director McCarduff, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm from Vesuvius, and I'm wondering if you would give, say, different schools different times to arrive. Is that what you're planning to do this year, so they don't all come at once?
Yeah, it kind of, we can. It kind of naturally happened a little bit last year, that they come somewhere between 9 and 10 a.m. If they don't come within that hour, then their day is so short because everybody wants to leave between 1 and 2. So it's a little bit of a crunch time. But it can be like Costin. We knew they were going to be later, so we made sure that, you know, we closed the perimeter and then we opened them for them to come. So it's very doable. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I'll go to Director Graham and then Director Knodel online.
Thank you, and through the chair, first want to applaud you and your team's efforts. My son Jensen's 10 from Columbia School.
My son's name's Jensen.
Oh, get out of here.
That's awesome.
And so, do we just become best friends?
Oh my gosh.
And so when I had picked him up out, he thoroughly enjoyed it, and you nailed it. After he went, he talked to me and the wife, and we went on the Saturday. And I want to applaud your efforts. The gyro was packed. You know, it's good to address some issues that are getting fixed. My only question is, what are you going to be capping this festival at, number-wise?
We are going to be capping it somewhere between 1,000 and 1,300. We want to just kind of play out our Rotary workshop area first. We're just in development of that to see how much we can move people over there. Otherwise, we'll have to go down to like the 800 to 1,000 per day. That I'm talking per day. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Director Knodel.
Just want to know, are you a special needs friendly?
Yes. And we just kind of tipped the iceberg on that a little bit last year, working with specifically Dragonfly Pond is really eager in, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that society. They partnered with us last year to start developing, and we did. We had some quiet tents. We had sensory kits there, and then they're actually doing some development in creating some very special tents that's all dark, so kids can go in there and completely be calmed down and then still go back out and enjoy some of the events. So we're definitely working in developing that even more. And we are accessible in terms of like wheelchair or, other accessibility options. Yeah.
Outstanding, thank you.
I'm seeing no more hands. Well, we appreciate the presentation and we will definitely deliberate later on it.
Thank you.
All right, the next presenters are for the Community Wellness Society, and it's Shauna and Alicia.
Oh.
It's different, like that happens.
Same problem.
Well, welcome. Whenever you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Are we able to get our PowerPoint up? Okay, great.
I think he's setting it up back there now. Do you see the control on the table in front of you? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Alicia, and this is Shauna, and we're part of the Community Wellness Circle. And we're here to talk to you about our pilot project called Nurturing the Nurturer. So the World Health Organization recognizes that the postnatal period is a critical phase in the life of mothers and newborn babies, yet this is the most neglected period for the provision of quality care. So our Community Wellness Circle is a nonprofit society led by a group of local wellness professionals. Our purpose is to share service, knowledge, and resources for women and trans during the postpartum period in the South Okanagan. Our team at the Community Wellness Circle has a comprehensive range of credentials, including a naturopathic doctor, a pelvic floor physiotherapist, midwife, lactation consultant, a registered social worker and psychotherapist, a doula, advanced integrative energy healer, an acupuncturist, and a movement and mindfulness facilitators. And we decided to form our group because our practitioners in town identified a need for more accessible education and support for the postpartum population in our region.
So the population we're hoping to reach with this project is the perinatal population of the South Okanagan region, the RDOS, south to Osoyoos and Oliver, throughout Penticton, and north to Summerland and Naramata. And this will be a great way to support especially the more rural communities that are under-resourced, such as Naramata, Keremeos, OK Falls. In the past 7 years, there have been between 390 and 568 births per year in the RDOS. So with our project, we have the potential to reach hundreds of postpartum women every year. Basically, any birthing woman could be reached by our project eventually. And we know that supporting a birthing person also impacts the health of their baby, the way their family functions, even their partner's mental health. So our program not only benefits perinatal women, it also benefits a larger population of parents and children. And we know these are the building blocks that our society is resting on. So really important work. And Nurturing the Nurture will also benefit service providers. So we hope to fill a gap of resource and support to support their clients. So it can also be an opportunity for service providers to educate and develop their own professional development. We'll talk a bit more about how in a minute. So the purpose of our project is twofold. We want to enhance social support and we want to increase knowledge. We know from other studies that the absence of social support is one of the strongest predictors of postpartum depression. So we did an informal survey of birthing folks in our community to find out what kind of resources and supports they need. We also did an assessment of what are the existing community resources for this population. And we found out that since COVID, things have changed a lot in this sector, as in many, and there are no longer any free education-based programs for postpartum women to connect and be connected with resources. So we found that a lot of education is coming from things like social media, Facebook groups, Instagram, and of course, we all know that this is not evidence-based information and can be really confusing and even misleading. And we also found that peer support is lacking. So a lot of families are broken up, folks don't have family or good friends nearby, and as we mentioned earlier, we know that peer support, social support is really important. So this program is modeled after other areas of peer community support, such as cancer support, pregnancy loss mentorship. It's pretty common to pair a peer mentor with a mentee to offer that type of peer support, a volunteer. And we also want to create educational materials. So out of this program, the educational materials we create will be available both to the mentees and to the mentors to continue to build our program.
So there we go. So our program is broken down into two components. There will be the peer mentor program, and it's modeled after an existing Mummy and Buddy peer mentorship program. And our goal is to decrease social isolation and provide social support by through information, emotional support, instrumental support, and through encouragement. And then the second component of our program will be through educational videos. So currently right now, many postpartum courses on the web cost anywhere from $50 upwards of $2,000 per course. And we also want to meet the need for accessible evidence-based education that is locally relevant and free and easily integrated into the mothers facing postpartum challenges. So for the peer mentorship program, we want to support first-time mothers from the third trimester until about 6 months postpartum. We will have a recruitment of volunteer mentors that are screened and we'll have references for them. And we'll have a referral of pregnant or postpartum mentees. And through our peer mentorship program, there'll be 5 main components of it. We'll have a 3-hour workshop to prepare the mentors on effective communication and compassion. We'll have prenatal information sessions on parenting and postpartum topics, for example, things like baby blues, feeding our infants crying. We'll have ready-to-go sessions that introduce matches and to create a support plan. And we'll have ongoing support provided by the mentors to the mentee through visits and phone calls. We'll also check in through phone calls to the mentees at 4 to 6 weeks postpartum from our community wellness circle. And we'll, as well, our professionals will provide ongoing consult to support the mentees and mentors. We also have a follow-up survey to assess our program outcomes at the end. So in our pilot project of the peer support, it'll be like a specific group that we're working with, and it'll be a pilot that we hope to expand in coming years. The educational videos that we create will be a
way that we can reach a much broader audience. So again, we mentioned that we want these to be locally relevant, we want them to be free, we want them to be accessible. Some of the topics we might cover are, mental health, physical recovery, other things that are really crucial to mother and baby health. And we'll upload these to our website and make them widely available and promote them so that we can have these little tidbits of information, and also we'll let women know if they are having challenges in these areas where they could seek further help within the existing services and providers that are in our specific region. So this is the budget that we're proposing for our project, and I think you've all probably seen it already. So I don't know if I need to go through it point by point, but of course, if you have any questions later, we're happy to answer them. So this budget will cover our peer support programming, the events that we're going to need to provide in order to start that program off. And we'll also be filming so we can create some educational resources, as I mentioned earlier. I think one key thing to mention, if we go to the next slide, is that if we were asking for the total cost of this program, it would probably be double what we're asking for. But we are fortunate to have a lot of in-kind support, and we're dedicated to other fundraising. So we've already raised money for our organization through some community events like family yoga sessions and community acupuncture. We're going to be taking part in Nature Fair 3% fundraising program. So we're really dedicated to continuing with these type of community fundraising events, and we also have a lot of in-kind support. So on our board and among our founding members, we have a lot of professional knowledge that is being offered for on a volunteer basis. We have volunteer hours going towards the event planning, the project coordination, and the resource development. We'll have childcare available at the events, and that again will be in-kind support from volunteers. And we also have been able to use rental space that's been gifted to us for our planning meetings and our board meetings. So we feel really proud that we've been able to do a lot already just on volunteer hours.
So for our objectives, with the practical peer support and accessible evidence-based education, our project outcomes will increase physical, emotional, and social support of postpartum people in our region by connecting postpartum mothers in underserviced areas with community support, a community support system, and decreasing isolation. We're going to be teaching postpartum mothers the tools and skills for navigating self-care and parenting to lower maternal distress. And we're going to be providing postpartum families with direct access to local wellness professionals, knowledge, and reducing cost barriers to accessing this information. Yeah, thank you.
So of course, we're happy to answer any questions, but thanks for listening.
All right, I'll check with the board. I see Director Coyne start us off with some questions.
This is a great program. We had a COVID baby, and I'll tell you, it's been a lot different than my other experience with my other children. We live in Princeton. There are almost no supports. We have to come over here for hospital visits and all that kind of stuff. So there's not a lot of supports, but unfortunately, I don't see that you guys have, made your way all the way out to our neck of the woods yet. And is there a plan to do that? We're pretty isolated.
Yeah, I think we could definitely include Princeton in this pilot project. Our intention was sort of to cover this whole area. So I think it would depend a little bit on whether there was interest from folks in that area, if we were able to connect with a mentor or mentee type situation. But I'm sure you can imagine that, if you had a peer support mentor right in your community that was maybe able to offer that emotional and logistical support, it could have been really valuable. So we're definitely open to including Princeton. And again, this is a pilot, so it might just depend on where but we do want to reach those rural communities specifically, for sure.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Are you guys your own society, or do you have like a parent organization? I might have missed that.
Yeah, we're a group of local wellness professionals within the Penticton area.
Okay.
And so we started up our own, it's called the Community Wellness Circle, and we started up our own society.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right. Director Taylor, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Certainly believe in the outcome that you're working towards. My wife worked in this area for about 15 years in Calgary, Alberta. Different there. She was working for the regional, the health authority, whatever. So I'm surprised you're saying this service is not provided through Interior Health, number one. And number two, can you clarify? I'm just looking at the sort of different fields of your professionals that are involved. And so is there any engagement or involvement from, say, an obstetrician or a GP or an RN or a community nurse?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So what we noticed when we were surveying service providers and women in our community is that a lot has changed since COVID. So there, for example, used to be a free information-based weekly gathering at the local health unit that I actually volunteered with for years called Baby Talk. But resources got redirected during COVID. So some of that programming that used to exist within Interior Health, specifically for the postpartum population, actually doesn't exist at this time. And that's a big part of why we decided to try to fund this project. Now, on our board and within our family members, we do not have an obstetrician or a GP at this time. We do have a registered midwife who is actively involved in helping women birth babies at the Penticton Hospital. So she has a fairly good idea of what free resources and services are in place. And I guess the difference is that the services we want to connect women with are typically not free. So of course you receive prenatal care through your physician or midwife or obstetrician. You receive postnatal care from those health professionals up to 6 weeks postpartum, but then at 6 weeks postpartum, that care ends and you are directed back to your family doctor, should you be lucky enough to have one, which many women don't. And this is where we want to fill the gap between that 6 week to 6 months postpartum period, where a lot of the resources that women might need, such as a physiotherapist to help them heal from birth, or a counselor to help with their mental wellness, are not typically resources that are offered for free through Interior Health. So this project is trying to fill that gap with peer support in the, at a very basic level, and then hopefully expanding through our educational resources and then connecting people with those local care providers. In the long term, we would love to have funding to help cover that cost, but that would be an entirely different project. So does that answer your question?
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any hands. We appreciate the presentation and thank you for that. We will consider your request later.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next presenter is Paul from the Okanagan-Similkameen Conservation Alliance.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. And that will bring up my presentation somewhere.
I think Danny's just loading it at the back,
Okay,
I believe.
great.
It'll pop up on the screen in front of you there, and then you can scroll through it as
Super.
you're going. So go ahead and start.
I might just as well go ahead and start. The Meadowlark Festival re-entered the neighborhood last year on the long weekend in May. I got started in December last year, so I missed your window of applications. Hence the reason I'm here today. The RDOS has been a longtime contributor and supporter of the Meadowlark Festival. Just to give you an idea where we are and what we've been doing, I'm going to go and push one of these, but there we go. So in 1998, 25 years ago, the council of the city of Penticton thought it was a good idea to create a festival that would start the summer season and celebrate the nature and the great outdoors and the reason why people come here. And they gave $3,500 to this group of people and said, go and create something and make it interesting. And Dick Cannings is still active. He leads 2 tours, and Doreen Olson is active as a conservancy advocate, and Lisa Scott continues to be in the conservancy business. They're all actively part of what our community is all about. We've been doing this for 25 years, with the exception of the past 2, and obviously the reasons for that don't need to be brought up. Going this way. So as I've been saying, we've been doing this for 25 years. We know what we're doing. We put on an average of 50 tours a year, 50 tours for the weekend throughout the season. We were named after the Western Meadowlark, mostly because Dick Cannings is a bird nut. And he was keen to talk about birds, and that's his current tours are all about birding. He takes people up for a bicycle tour up through Naramata, but stops whenever there's a bird to be heard and points it out. And similarly, his bus tour through the South Okanagan is all about birds as well. We've been doing this, and we've been taking this to the arts community at the same time, bringing in an artist every year to create a new vision of what we think the Meadowlark Festival is all about. These are 2 examples of what we've done. Last year, we had Lise DeCillier, who is now sitting on our board, produce the annual one, and we are working with Stephanie Perry, also a local artist, this year to produce this year's artwork. These are put up to auction at an auction on the Sunday night of the Meadowlark Festival weekend, and those funds go to contribute to our overall budget. This picture I put in here specifically because this is one of the things that I learned about the valley when I first came here. This is McIntyre Bluff on the right, and the big gap at Garrison Lake. This is where the ice dam was that sent the waters of Okanagan Lake north instead of south. And Okanagan Lake was obviously a much larger body of water then, but the salmon went north to the Fraser instead of south to the Columbia because of the ice dam that was here 10,000 years ago. We're trying to bring people together. We're trying to educate people. We're trying to entertain people. We're trying to get them into the outdoors and have them appreciate the natural beauty and the natural history of this region. And certainly it encompasses all of the RDOS. As I had said earlier, we're offering last year 44 tours. 3 years ago, we offered almost 70 tours. A number of those have disappeared, mostly because tour guides have found other things to do in the 2 years that we weren't in operation. Experts in every field are the ones that go into to the field with the 20 or so people that they take along with them. We have photographers and painters and writers and biologists and conservancies, snake people and bird people and lizard people and tree people, and they are all experts in their field. We try and offer a cross-section of outdoor activities, walking and talking to hiking and biking, and some of them are vigorous and some of them are less vigorous, the gentle walkers group. So we're trying to be as inclusive as possible. One of the things that we did last year was engage with the Okanagan College to get them to analyze our existing participants and see what we can do to bring a younger crowd to the festival. They recommended social media as our primary source of information to the younger crowd. So we've hired a social media expert. So we have an Instagram account, we have a Facebook account that are active and progressive, as well as our website. More information. This is Jack's private observatory up on the hill above Osoyoos. And he's an amazing guy, and he's a direct descendant of that other Newton guy that people might know. And he's a wonderful conversationalist, and he's the only person that is not professional that has had time booked on the Hubble telescope. He's a pretty cool guy. And he offers a bed and breakfast, and he opens it up for the Meadowlark Festival on the weekend to showcase for people, and he gets a big crowd of kids to show up. It's great fun. So we're working with kids. As I said earlier, we have walks and talks and sit downs, and we have active hikes, and certainly the climb up McIntyre Bluff is not something that you want to do in your sandals. There's lots of work to be done, or there's lots of sit down and showcase. We deliberately try and keep our prices reasonable, specifically for family applications. So kids' tickets to the kids' appropriate tours are $5, whereas adults run, well, for the more complicated and lunch included ones, it can be as much as $120, but typically they are in the range of $30 each. These costs incidentally these prices don't incidentally accumulate to the cost of what it takes to put those tours on. So we try and keep the tours small. We try and keep experts there. We have a volunteer for each one to make sure that volunteer is last, so there's no stragglers. We try and keep things safe. We carry liability insurance just in case something happens, and so far nothing has. But we're there to look at issues regarding nature, regarding conservancy in the region. Many of the areas are on band land. Many of the areas, these tours are on private property, and some of them are on BC Parks property, all of which require some approval from the authorities having jurisdiction in those areas. So the tours are fairly exclusive and are only allowed on those weekends. We've had a number of people say, can you just give me a map of the tour and I'll take it by myself? And the answer is no, because it's necessary that they have a guide. I don't think we need to go through this. It's more about our vision. We are interested in saving the planet and saving the animals that are in this region. We're also interested in looking after the children, and that's where any excess funds go to. We offer outdoor programs to elementary school kids in the regional school district 53 and 67. Those go out at a nominal fee for those schools, so that the kids can get out and see the birding program and the bat program and the fish migration programs that are ongoing in the fall. So those kids have just returned. Actually, there's one going out next week. There's a bat program going out next week. And the funds that we have help pay for those programs. We reach Kelowna and Peachland and Summerland and Penticton and Naramata and Karamias and OK Falls and all over in Costin and Osoyoos and Princeton, and we're looking to spread a little bit further east. We had a tour in Bridesville a couple of years ago, but that one has not been forthcoming, but we're looking to go into a ranch out there this year. And so we cover areas and regions and municipalities throughout the RDOS. And independent studies looking at $500,000 to $750,000 annually over the weekend in hospitality and influences from outside of the region, bringing money into the region. So we're here to ask for some support from the RDOS. We have other support from other places. You wouldn't be our only source of income. The city typically supports us. We've applied. As I said, they gave us $3,500 25 years ago. They haven't really upped that very much, but I'm thinking that they might well. Just saying. We get some money from Travel Penticton, and we have applied for federal, provincial grants as well. So yours is not the only source of income. We do look at grants and that sort of thing as approximately 1/3 of our total income and budget. Out of that, we expect to, that's an $80,000 budget. We expect to spend approximately $60,000 of that $80,000 and have $20,000 for the kids programs that we put out in the next year, and to give ourselves a bit of a slush fund for the year after that to get started. We're looking to you for $3,000, and we'd appreciate your help. And that's all I have. I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll check with the board if there's any questions. Go ahead.
I just want to,
Director
you,
Coyne.
you said 3,000?
I think it's 3,500. I'm sorry.
So
That's what I have in my budget.
We were asked 7,500.
That's very generous.
That's why we're all like, whoa, okay.
Can I hear one?
Okay, Director Conans, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. Through the chair, also in your package, your financial package, it says Meadow Lark Festival Budget 2022. Should that be 2023?
Yes, it should.
Okay.
It's an ongoing, it's a budget in flux.
Okay.
It changes all the time.
That's what I figured.
As we get confirmation of an additional donation or an additional cost, we throw that in there. And so it's been floating since May of last year. The most recent one I have, if you would like it, I can forward that. The most recent one, which is October 4th. It doesn't change very much.
Okay. But that's for the 2023 event?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Graham.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, what, I don't know if you know the answer, what are you paying your social media expert for your organization?
$3,000.
Director Holmes, go ahead.
So you're requesting funding from the RDOS this year, so that means you won't be requesting funding from the City of Penticton and District of Summerland this year?
I already have requested both of those. I've had no responses as to the confirmation on any donations coming. Typically, in years past, we have received money from both the city and the RDOS and the City of Summerland. And I've applied to all three, and I haven't received any confirmations from any of them at this point.
Right, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing no more hands, we appreciate the presentation, and we will discuss your request
Great.
later.
Thank you very much.
First one, I think. Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Savino.
Just to be fully transparent, the next presentation is Okanagan School of the Arts, and I need to tell the directors of the board that the volunteer treasurer for this organization is a finance member. So to be transparent, it meets the needs for it. It's no longer conflict because I've given you that information, so you can make your decision based on that.
Okay, appreciate that.
That's okay, I'll catch you later.
Good morning. Okay. Set to go?
I believe your presentation is loaded.
Yes.
You've got the little clicker, I hope, in front of you.
I do, thank you.
Start when you're ready. Go ahead.
Excellent. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kim. I'm the Executive Director of the Okanagan School of the Arts, and I'm here today to talk to you about our programs and activities and why we're seeking funding from the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Thank you for having me today. So just quickly what I'm going to walk through, I'm going to talk about our mission and why we've chosen that as our current mission statement. I'm going to talk a little bit about the staff and structure of the organization, and then the two major programs for which we're seeking funding, which is our Life Drawing Group and our Showtime Community Theater Troupe. And then I'll just summarize at the end. Our mission, which is posted at the top of our website to remind us at all times what we're trying to accomplish. The Okanagan School of the Arts offers a variety of performing and visual arts courses and programs for students of all ages and stages of development, providing creativity and connection for residents of Penticton and the surrounding community. So why is that our focus? Why are we talking about creativity and connection? Why have we chosen those as our focal points? First of all, to speak to creativity, there have been numerous studies, and I think a lot of us have learned the mental health benefits of being creative. Making art, engaging in the arts, releases all those wonderful endorphins, activates parts of the brain, helps to combat anxiety and depression and many of those mental health issues that have only become more prevalent in the difficult last few years we've had as a society. That's why our courses focus on participation, getting people involved and actively engaged in the arts, as opposed to be more of a gallery approach where people are simply observing art. We also want to make sure our courses are accessible for all ages and levels of ability, so folks who perhaps didn't see themselves as artists could try a painting class, a felting class, join a group, get engaged, and feel all those incredible benefits. And the other aspect that's important in our mission statement is connection. We know that Penticton and the surrounding areas have a very high senior population. We've seen the recent statistics on that. And many groups are focusing on the issue of seniors isolation. And we want to help contribute to solving that problem by having classes and activities where folks of all ages, and definitely our seniors in the community, can get out, get involved, meet new people, try a new activity. Also, by providing summer activities for youth, we're hoping to try and address some of the daycare issues that, of course, the entire province is facing. And we also want to allow adults in all age brackets to form friendships. In recent years, what we've also seen is a lot of working age people relocating to the Okanagan. Now that they're working from home after the COVID situation, they've realized that they don't have to be in Vancouver and dealing with the traffic and the commute. Perhaps they'd always planned to retire to the Okanagan to enjoy the lakes, mountain, wine, all the good things that we have here. Now they've realized they don't have to wait. They can work from home and live here and enjoy all those amazing amenities. The issue with that is that many of these folks are working from home. They're therefore not meeting people at the workplace, and they're not making connections in the community. So by having groups where people can gather, create, get together, we're helping create those connections in the community, helping people form relationships and friendships that ultimately lead to a more sustainable, connected community. So how we're doing what we're doing is with a staff of one. That's me. I started with the organization in 2019, back when we were in the Shatford Centre. Since we've transitioned away from that building, I am now the sole employee of the organization, and I'm headquartered at Cowork Penticton, just up the road and around the corner. And I am also supported, of course, by our volunteer board of directors who provide expertise, support, and strategic direction. So how are we doing what we're doing? With some of our cornerstone projects, the first of which is our Life Drawing Group. Now, this group has been around for many years, not always as an OSA program. They were renting space from us at the Shatford. When we transitioned out of the building, we took this program under our wing, made it an OSA program to help them survive that transition. So the group's been meeting for well over a decade, every Wednesday evening to draw or paint from a live model. Everyone brings their own supplies, and they're welcome to work in the medium of their choice. This is not so much an instructional class as just a chance for people to get together and be creative once a week. At the end of the evening, participants are invited to lay out their work for others to discuss, but that is optional. Excuse me for one moment. Thank you. Sorry about that. But that is an optional part of the program. It's really a chance just for people to get together. I hate that catch in my throat. Sorry. I'm just going to take one moment. My apologies again. So this group does form those long-standing friendships. People have been getting together for years to draw together. They also welcome new members to the group. Perhaps folks who have seen a life drawing class on television always wanted to give it a try. They're always welcoming new members. And as a group, they've also helped young people in the community who are putting together their portfolios to pursue post-secondary education in art. And next up is Showtime Community Theatre. You've all been given a program from our production in June. This is definitely a passion project for me. I've been doing musical theatre myself for about 15 years. So when I took over the Okanagan School of the Arts, this was a program that I wanted to start with my partner, who I actually met through our musical theatre group in Vancouver. And we wanted to bring the community feeling that we had from that group here to the Okanagan. Showtime provides a vibrant outlet and training ground for adult amateur performers. This is our grown-up playtime. We produce fully staged musicals using existing songs and an original script. So as you can see in the program from last show, we have songs from a series of different musicals. And then for each show, we have a script to tie all these songs together. We have been space aliens. We have been vampires. We have been kids at camp. In our Vancouver group. And before we left the Lower Mainland, we got permission from the director there to carry all of these shows and scripts here to the Okanagan and remount them here. Our next production, we're hard at work in rehearsals for Another Elfing Musical, which runs December 14th to 17th at the Cannery Stage. It is a Christmas-themed show telling the heartwarming tale of young snow elves looking for fame and fortune at the North Pole. These are fully staged musicals. Our first production in June was an on-book radio-style musical because we were still dealing with COVID restrictions and wanted to make sure we could move forward with the show. This time around, we're costumed, we're singing, we're dancing, characters, story, the whole 9 yards. The really amazing thing about this group is how they came together. You can see by the photographs, this is a real cross-section of the population. We have folks who have just finished high school right up to retirees, and the friendships that have formed within the group have crossed all of those boundaries. We like to say we've completely lost control of the group in very little time. They have their own rehearsals, social gatherings. It's amazing to see. And the feedback we received from this group, people saying, I have friends now. I had never really made these kinds of connections in the community, and by doing this with others, I've formed those friendships. Or people saying, I've always wanted to try musical theater, but I didn't think I could, or I was scared of the audition process. We don't have a formal audition process for Showtime. If you can carry a tune, come out and join us. And then we'll do auditions later on in the term for solos and specialty groups. Oh, I think we have some recruits, excellent. Also with the group, the chorus is the star of the show. With a lot of musicals, you'll see a lot of solo pieces. We rearrange all our pieces so that most of them have choral parts with 4 to 8 part harmony. So you will see the full group really taking the spotlight in our productions. And the other amazing thing we've heard is that people who did this in high school or when they were young, they've joined the group and said, I didn't think I was allowed to do this anymore. I didn't think as a working adult I could have this kind of fun. And they found that they've rediscovered a part of themselves by joining this group. So in summary, we pursue artistic achievement as the Okanagan School of the Arts, but we also create supportive communities of diverse people with common interests. We have folks from both of these groups who come from Summerland, Okanagan Falls, the surrounding communities, to attend rehearsals or attend the Life Drawing Group. So we feel we do have a regional approach as well with these classes. And with your help and support, we can continue offering creativity and connection in our communities. I appreciate your time. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, I'll check with the board and see if there's any questions for you. I appreciate the presentation. Go ahead, Director Van Elpen.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'll be 100% honest with you. I was in the trades. I'm now a farmer. I never, ever in my life was involved in arts. Never thought it was very important. And through my life, through my kids, my youngest son, one summer would constantly be singing in his bedroom, and I'd ask him to be quiet because I was trying to watch the news. My wife said we have to go to this play production at Summerland Secondary School, and I went, and he got on stage and he had a gun and he pushed somebody off the stage. I said, that's my boy. And next thing I know, he was the lead in Les Mis, and it's changed his life. He is the most confident speaker. He has a career in accounting with a government firm. And his presentations apparently are quite good, but I do see the value in the arts, and I really, truly appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Those are the kind of stories that we love to hear and why we keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board or comments? Go ahead, Director Conant.
Hi, through the chair. Thanks for your presentation, Kim. It was great. I do have a question about your budget and if you look at your statement for last year, I was just wondering, are the salaries and wages included the artists that you hire?
No, sorry to interrupt there, but no, the salaries and wages are for myself as the executive director and for the 2 young people that we hire through Canada Summer Jobs or through gaming funds to run the creativity camp during the summer. Our instructors are paid on a contractor basis, and that's based on the, it used to be based on the amount of registration in the classes. At this point, it's now based on an hourly rate, but for these 2 particular programs, we have the Life Drawing Group is volunteer coordinated. The Showtime Community Theater is about half and half. My partner and I volunteer our time, but we do have a paid musical director and a paid accompanist.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing no hands, we do appreciate your presentation, and we'll discuss this later.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Hope to see you all at the show in December.
It's cool.
Yeah, I think you just put the coat on.
That's why I always wear this vest, is I get a chill in my back.
Carla.
I need
She was always.
She was always.
Can I requisite? Get you a blanket?
Question to the chair while we're seeing presenters.
I went for the drama for Footloose. I got Willard. Had to give it back because I looked.
You have a question, Matt?
Yeah, I'm just wondering where in our agenda is the decision-making process that we go through in terms of which of these applications we're actually going to choose to fund or not?
After, CAO will answer. Go ahead.
It's titled discussion on the agenda, Matt, and it
okay,
it
so
was
that's the
scheduled
next
for
piece.
10:55. Yeah.
Yeah. After
we're
we've
gonna
seen
make
them
it,
all,
right?
we'll.
We're going to make it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, the next presenters are the Apex Freestyle, and it's Sarah and Teresa.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Apex Freestyle Club. I'd like to preface first that I'm a bent volunteer and I have never done this before. So if I seem nervous, you can hopefully understand. So I do have a PowerPoint. It's coming.
Yeah, it should come up in front of you shortly, and you'll be able to maneuver through it with the control there.
Okay. So the purpose for this request for funds is to assist us in supporting the two major events that the Apex Freestyle, in cooperation with the Apex Mountain Resort, run every year, and we've been running for the last many years. And the economic impact with these events reaches far greater than just Apex Mountain Resort, and so that's what we'd like to talk to you about today. So, okay. Just this way? Okay. So the purpose of the request is to enhance the sport development opportunities of the youth in our region and increase regional economic development opportunities through running of 2 international mogul ski events at Apex Mountain Resort. These events bring in a considerable amount of athletes, coaches, and visitors to take part in these long-standing events. I'm not sure what happened with my... So basically the idea is we were really looking for some funds to support with particulars in the events that we hold. They are run by FIS, which is the Federal International Ski Association, and they require very specific equipment, one of which is a timing system. And at this point of time, we are not in possession of this particular timing system that allows us to continue to run these events. And so often we have to borrow the equipment from BC Freestyle, and often there are conflicting dates when the two events are taking place at the same time. So these funds would help assist us in purchasing our own timing system, which would allow us to continue to host these international events. So why the local athletes? We are able to access top-tier training. The facility, we have accelerated skill development, the ability to keep up with athletes that access similar infrastructure, and of course, these events that I mentioned. It allows us to increase revenue opportunities, and when we do this, it ultimately, the goal for us is to keep costs low for our programs. One mandate for us is to be able to access our freestyle ski and snowboard programs for all children, and to make it accessible and affordable. These events allow us to do that. So one of the other economic benefits is the fact that we actually are involved with many of the regions in the district. So in the summer, we have the water ramp situated at Covert Farms, and we attract athletes from all over the region, from Summerland, Kermias, Osoyoos, Oliver. So it really is wide. We access all areas and certainly support all communities. So our budget, our request is $10,000. The wired timing system is roughly $8,000. And then one of the other things in order for us to continue running the events is new course gates. And that's for the racers when they're competing. So those are those requests. I think I might have mentioned this already. Every year, Apex Freestyle attracts athletes from around the world to compete in our two FIS events. The first one, the Apex Classic, will be taking place December 16th to the 19th, and then the NORAM is in January. These events welcome more than 50 international athletes, many of which arrive for more than a week. We regularly host teams from the US, South Africa, Japan, Australia. I think I was told up to 7 different countries come and train in our facilities. So the economic impact there is great. Part of the attraction for these teams is our world-class mogul course and the water ramp that I mentioned in Oliver, and then the new landing bag that we purchased 2 years ago. Visiting teams typically book longer than 1 week. And we often host in the Canadian Olympic teams come and train. So like in 2017 and 2022, we had the Canadian Olympic teams train prior to the Olympics. Over the years, the Freestyle Club has built out what we call the AFTA. It's the Apex Freestyle Train Area. And that includes the side-by-side mogul run, which is considered world class. Two judging observation buildings, the old timing system, which is antiquated, which is why we need a new one. And it also includes our water ramp facility for our summer training program and our most recent addition, like I mentioned, the landing bag, which there are only 3 in Canada. So this new facility has already attracted a lot of international athletes. So the benefits to the RDOS and residents to support top-tier development program for youth in our area, the economic development, international tourism exposure, accommodations, food service, national and sports, provincial sports tourism. So the training the Olympic teams, this just mentioning that typically we have some of the clubs from different countries, such as Australia, coming to train for their season to prep as their winter is our summer, and vice versa. They spend their summers at Apex. There's an opportunity to advance skills faster, which will bring teams on and off season to train year round. So I think I mentioned already that. Can you tell I'm nervous? So this is sort of in particularly important here. The RDOS strategic plan intersects. So we want to build a sustainable region, to develop a socially sustainable region, and to develop an economically sustainable region. And I think what Apex Freestyle, along with Apex Mountain Resort, I think it services more than just area I guess, we really service the greater region, and there's so much opportunity for economic impact when we attract international athletes through these two events, and visitors, coaches, parents, and it truly benefits all regions. The demand for active recreation opportunities continues to increase due to the healthy aging population. So I think investing in a club like ourselves is something that is beneficial long term. And community health and well-being, it fosters healthy, safe communities that provide accessible recreational, educational, and cultural opportunities. Again, it's important to support regional partnerships and collaborate for safe, healthy, and active communities. Coordinate and operate to support regional economic diversifications. So the regional economic development, I guess, would be to achieve a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous South Okanagan regional community, which is really what we're looking at. So finally, coordinate and cooperate to support regional economic diversifications. Apex Mountain is mapped as a rural growth area in the RDOS RRG strategy. So support and promote tourism and tourism-related activities. So I think we've mentioned this already, but the contributions to the community and the regions through providing kids and families opportunities to learn lifelong skills that will promote engagement of healthy living choices through outdoor physical activity in a safe and inclusive environment. Support local business through partnerships and community engagement, offering local families opportunities for attainable kids activities by keeping the program costs affordable, and that's really the real mandate for us. And so these events allow us to do that, and hopefully we can continue to do that, because the barrier to entry often is financial, and we definitely want to make sure that that isn't an issue for families. Hosting ski competitions to run exclusively through they're run exclusively through volunteer efforts, which is us, attracting regional, provincial, national, and international athletes who purchase lift tickets, food and beverage, accommodations, transportation, local sports services, and equipment. So it goes beyond Apex Mountain. A lot of times, if you're not aware, the cost of renting at the hill at the moment is astronomical. So definitely we have a lot of athletes and coaches and people who do come actually stay in the community rather than up at the hill. So there's an economic impact there for the region. We've developed international recognition because of our world-class facilities, including and hosting these events. So the AFTA, that Apex Freestyle Terrain Area, this is sort of where we've been working on. The internationally homologated World Cup mogul course is what you're seeing here in the summer. We're allowed to have the earliest season opening in Canada mogul course, which can attract users from all over Canada and the world. So we're allowed to do pre-season training for athletes from all over the world where most of them aren't able to in their own countries. So they get a head start in preparation for the World Cup season. This course also has a Super Youth Mogul course, which is for little kids. It allows the little kids to train and work their way up to the larger facility. And then, of course, the Jump Training Site, which is a landing bag. And that provides diversity of offering to attract early season teams, like I mentioned, and support our home partners and businesses at Apex Mountain Resort. So we've invested some funds into revitalizing this air site through doing some earthworks, and that's what you see on the diagram there. So this is just a photo of some of our athletes performing. That's a mogul course, and again, it's considered world class. We're very fortunate at this time to have one of the foremost, most successful mogul coaches in the world, who's taken over for us as program director. So, and he's a local Penticton resident. So he's happy to be home and looking forward to take over and help us move this club forward. So here's that impact we were talking about again, where we really, it's not just Apex Mountain Resort. We really feel like there's an impact to all the regions. And we certainly service, the areas like Sutherland, Carameus, Oliver. We have Osoyoos as well. So there is just a greater impact to the economy or to the economic development in terms of the benefits of having, your support, and not just the Apex itself. So this is our sort of mission statement: the kids, the club, and the community. So number one, the kids come first, and we certainly hope you can tell through my stumbling presentation that we certainly value kids and that they come first. And these events that are international, but really at the end of the day, they allow us to provide programs to support these kids and make these make it affordable, or at least as affordable as possible for families to participate in a winter sport that really, we're so blessed to have in this South Okanagan. I mean, Apex Mountain, we really is a gem, and it impacts all of the regions, and I think we're really, really lucky to have that in our community, and it's nice to be able to share it with others. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate your attention. Any questions?
I'll check with the board. I see Director Coyne first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got, I guess, two questions. The first one is, how many kids are involved?
So typically, we have, last year we were at about 170 kids. So COVID really, it allowed parents to sort of reassess sort of priorities, and we had a surge in interest, and so we've been growing exponentially. This year we're at about 100, and we're still, registration hasn't closed yet, but we've been on the mountain for 25 years, and we have a long history. We certainly are community-based, and like I said, number one is the kids.
Okay. The other question was the work that you're doing. Who owns the property you guys are doing the work on?
So the earthworks that we did?
Yeah.
So Apex Mountain owns the property, but that AFTA that I was talking about, the Apex Freestyle Terrain Area, has been sort of designated our area. So we invested some funds into all that earthworks that you saw. So we've had a very, very good partnership with Apex Mountain. They support the freestyle program. It's been a great relationship, and so we do a lot of collaborative work.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, Director Coyne stole my main question, but I guess I'll build on it. So I guess I'm looking for more information, and I already know this, but I want the benefit of the others to learn. I know that there's lots of youth that go up and train, and specifically for the sport, but what are the other things that they're doing year round that would benefit the training that they're doing there? So are they doing gymnastics? Are they doing other things that sort of build as well as part of the sport development? Because I do see that as a continuing economic driver of the service you provide through the club.
I guess I'm up. As Sarah mentioned, we have a water ramp facility in Oliver at Covert Farms. So that opens the end of June. Athletes train there throughout the summer months, trampoline, and then the water ramp itself. Basically, it's 2 big jumps into a pond, and they get to practice safely learning their tricks by using those jumps. They take the tricks from the water then to the landing bag on snow in the winter, and then from that landing bag safely to the snow. Additionally, we do dry land training. We use area gymnastics facilities. Unfortunately, we don't currently have one in Penticton at this time that accommodates our trampoline. The roof heights in the gymnastic facilities are not tall enough So we are looking for a new facility for that. So in the meantime, there is West Kelowna Gymnastics and the Air House in Kelowna.
Okay. I've got Director Taylor and then Director Gettins.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a scholarship program for kids that don't have sufficient financial resources to get started.
There's not currently, however, we are looking at a bursary program in partnership with BC Freestyle. So essentially, they would match whatever we have for a bursary. It's still in play. We haven't worked out all the details, but that certainly is something that we are looking towards.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Thanks to the chair. Sir, similar question almost. I'm curious to how much it costs for the athletes to join the club, and if that includes the dryland training and the access to the ramps and all that kind of stuff.
So it depends on the level. Basically, the starter programs for the kids that are, say, in the 6 to 10 range, we have a half-day program. Off the top of my head, I believe it's about $350 for the season. A full-day program was $500 off the top of my head. Again, I have to look that up. And then as they progress in the levels and age groups, it's between $650 and $1,700. $1,700 is the top performance level. These are the kids who are training to go on to BC provincial teams and eventually Canadian team. And then I think you asked for summer, the dry land training and the summer water ramp facility is on top of that.
If I can just actually add a little bit to one of the things. As I've been a parent, well, we're both parent volunteers, but I've been on the board. My oldest is 14 and she started at 5. So I've been on the board I was the parent volunteer coordinator, and I ended up now I'm treasurer. But one of the things that it hasn't been always sort of officially expressed, but again, when we had parents who were unable to afford the programs, we made sure that we offset the cost, and so that there was definitely, but this bursary is something that's come up, and that definitely would be something that we're pursuing. And the other thing I want to mention too is that in the winter, and the fact that Apex, I think, kids, especially through COVID, and now that we're sort of coming out of it, I think it's so important to get them out and active. They've suffered so much for so long, and we as a club really want to recognize that it's not only just about the top performance and the kids that are going to because we have had quite a few graduates that have made the Olympics through our program. But we want to focus on those little kids and really make them feel like this club means everything to them, with their friends, and the ability to be together with coaches, having a great time, and really foster that which hasn't been done in the last 2 years. It's been very hard for these poor little guys. So that's really important for us, and this year especially, where we want to really foster that. So the funds coming from these events allow us to do that, and the fact that we need to purchase these 2 pieces of equipment would allow us to continue hosting these events. And if you do have an opportunity to come, it's free, and it is really extraordinary watching these athletes come down that mogul course. And they are up and coming. We have the Canadian national team. They're called the Next Gen, so they're right below the Olympic teams. And so there's some and this is in our community, and this benefits all of the regions. And I just think a lot of times people have no idea. I don't know how, this year I'm involved with the social media. I do my best to get the word out there, because we've been doing this for many years, and some people have no idea the benefits and just the extraordinary talent that we can see up there. So.
Okay. I've got several hands here. I'll go to Director Graham first.
Yes, thank you. And through your chair, Sarah, you did fantastic, first and foremost. 2-part question. The programs and coaching represent 206,481. Not to put you on the spot, what would that amount be going to coaching?
Well, I can tell you last year with 170 athletes, we had 25 coaches, which is unheard of. And the problem with having that many meant that, because I was treasurer again for the first time, I had to do payroll every 2 weeks. I was looking at $16,000 for payroll. So it was very high, and a lot of them were part-time. So I mean, I don't know, these kids, it seems like in every area of the workforce, nobody wants to work full-time. So we struggled with that. So the big amount was the salary. And in years past, prior to that, it was certainly a lot lower, but we had a lot less kids.
Okay. And then just my last question, the events, you just host 2 events right now, correct?
This year.
Yeah. Is there an opportunity, with additional funding that you could increase the amount of events that you could do per year? I just mean, it seems that your events do fairly well based off 2 events. Is there an opportunity?
Absolutely, there is. Freestyle Canada loves the partnership with Apex Mountain and then Apex Freestyle Club. So in the past, we have hosted junior nationals and senior nationals, and those are often in the spring. But it really is a logistical, issue, and it's number one, volunteers. All of these events are run by volunteers, and so if we could do one a month, but to try to get volunteers, everyone is busy, and it's usually the same people, as you all well know.
Okay. Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask about your corporate sponsorships and how you attract those, and do they? How does it work? Do they sponsor, say, individual events, or are they just more general sponsorships?
Sarah as well.
So the Apex Classic and the NORAM, because they're run through Freestyle Canada, we have to be very careful. They have their sort of rules in terms of what sponsorship. So for instance, Apex Classic for years was sponsored by Toyota. But the club itself has sponsors, and we have a long-standing sponsorship with the Lakeside Resort, New Floors, Structurelam, some of the local businesses up at the hill, and we're certainly at the moment looking for more sponsorships. We've just completed a very I feel a very well detailed sponsorship package to move forward for the future.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up, so those sponsors you have, they're just general sponsors, or do they sponsor jackets or events or anything like that?
So like I said, they can't sponsor the events because those are, again, mandated by Freestyle Canada. But yeah, our sponsors do sponsor our jackets and subsidize some of the cost for some of the expenses that we have. But I'm not sure if is that,
Okay. Director Bush, and then I'll go to Director Coyne and Taylor. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you purchase this time system and everything, could other groups for Apex use it as well, like downhill racing or whatever? I'm not sure what happens there, but
Yeah, potentially we could share it with the Apex Alpine Club. We could also potentially loan it out to other area mountains, Big White or Silver Star, that sort of thing.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out your finances here. You had on your budget here, you got $185,738 in wages. Your individual contributions, which are your program fees, are, the 142. I know it looks like you're gonna run a deficit this year, but I'm just trying to figure out how this all works. Like, so you said $350 for the little guys to start. So is that all the cost, or is there more costs to it? Is there like a mountain, do you have to buy a membership to Apex? Is there a membership fee? Because you have also on your membership income, but there's no money involved in that. On your website, it says members and stuff. I'm just confused.
Sure, we have what we call the AFTA fee, the Apex Freestyle Training Area fee, and that is a per family fee depending on the program that they sign up for. So maximum is $100 per family. And then as far as the other income, that also comes from our water ramp facilities. We have teams come from around North America to use that water ramp. We rent it out to them. So it's not just the programs at Apex Mountain, it's also the summer programs that we have income from.
So what exactly, you said you're confused on the deficit?
No, I'm trying to figure out I want to know exactly what the kids are going to pay by the time this is all done, and what they're getting in return. Like,
Okay.
because it doesn't, what they're paying doesn't add up to what it's costing you to run it. So where's the rest of it? And there's nothing, I don't see anything in here that says how much you're paying Apex to be there. I don't.
Okay, so we don't pay Apex. Like I said, I'm a volunteer.
No,
And this was the spreadsheet that you're looking at, the numbers was done by one of our previous board members who's very well versed in this. So I'll do my best, but huge part of the salary this last 2 years was our head coach, our previous head coach and program director, and a new position that was filled as a facility manager. And those two were extremely high. And so we've changed that model. And you're asking what the kids are paying. Well, those kids don't, they have to pay, in any sport, you have to pay insurance. So the provincial sports organization, as well as the national sport organization, requires insurance. That is unfortunately out of our hands, but that is a cost, and it ends up to be a little under $100. And then as Teresa mentioned, that AFTA membership, which can be anywhere between $50 to $100, depending on the amount of training you're doing. So the little kids are paying $50. So they're looking at, maybe by the time they're all said and done, $350 for the program, and then that membership that is out of our hands or the insurance, that's out of our hands. That sort of gives you an idea for the fundamentals. Those are the little kids. And then as the programs get bigger, or as the kids get bigger and they're in more of the higher level programs, they're of course a higher cost incurred. Does that help a little bit?
Yep.
Okay, Director Taylor.
I'll pass.
Okay, I see Director Federigo, but Director Bush, your hand is still up. Did you have another question? No? Okay.
Have you applied for a gaming grant again this year, and have you heard the status of that?
Gaming grant.
Gotta think.
Do you remember the deadline on? I've done a few grants, and like I said, I'm just very new at this, and it's not my forte. But I do believe we did, and I haven't heard back. But there's quite a few grants out there, so I that's not the capital gain means grant. Is that what you're referring to?
I believe we did that.
No.
That is?
Say for sure.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any other questions. We appreciate the presentation, and sorry for bombarding you with so many questions, but shows some interest.
My mouth is so dry.
You did a good job. And,
thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
For sure. We'll discuss your request later. So thank you again. No,
I don't.
Is there, go ahead, Director, or Mr. Safino.
Just to let the board know that the next presenter was supposed to be the Penticton Art Gallery, and they are not here.
Okay. Did they cancel or?
No, they
No?
haven't showed up yet.
Okay. And when were they scheduled for?
They were scheduled about a half an hour ago.
Okay, so they're late, so.
Okay.
All right. All right. Go ahead.
So we are running a little late. There's supposed to be a break at 10:40.
I was
So
going to say, let's do that now. I think we all need a break or a chance to refill a coffee or use the facilities if need be.
Yeah, so are we saying like 15 minutes, Mr. Chair?
Can we,
10? 10, and then we can come back, we'll just discuss the applications. If the art gallery comes in, I mean, we can.
Break
this
and
is
let them, yeah.
Our agendas are fluid, so we can arrange to hear them then. Maybe we can contact them.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, so if we can be back here at 11:30, ready to go. That gives us 11 minutes. Round it down, easy. That's good. Oh, gosh. 1 minute warning if we can start making our way back to our seats. Usually ignored though. Okay, we'll get going, folks. So let's take our seats.
Good stuff.
The side discussions are going to have to go on hold, or we'll be here all day. Director Johansson, let's get back to business at hand, please.
Your specifics. So a lot of times I'll just take the ones that are specifically or the ones that are mine. But also what you find is it's better when you go see the gym. What's most frustrating is that all the stuff's on the side.
Okay, folks.
And they have things like he says where you hit this where I can see how much goes in reserve. I can never find it.
Mr. Savino, did our missing presenter show up yet? Go ahead.
We did get a hold of them, Chair, and they're on their way very well.
Oh.
So I don't know.
I'm not sure we want them to present directly to us. Maybe they should do it remotely from.
Well, unfortunately, they're on their way now, but what we might be able to set something up in the other room.
Yeah, I would suggest set them in the other room, please.
If you're all right with that, then Danny, can you help with that? Okay, thank you. We'll wash it down.
Yeah.
But when I heard he's sick, I wish that I had known sooner.
Okay. So I guess we should start on the discussion part of what we've seen so far. We will go through this kind of in the order we got them in our list. And I think most of us have access to that.
That would be Appendix 3.
Okay, so starting with the Naramata Center, I believe, was our first presentation and first on our list.
And they're asking for $5,000. I do have it on one of the slides.
Danny happened to disappear. But
And I lost Danny.
Most of us do have it on our computers. Not everybody, but most of us have been able to find it, so. Any thoughts? Do we want to do with this one? Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, a quick question to the chair. Mr. Zavino, can you please put the overarching criteria for funding or remind me where they are?
Yeah.
Is there a one-pager that has that?
There's a 3-pager, and I'll bring that up.
Okay, your presentation.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Chair, but Mr. Safino will, as we go through each one, he'll let you know if there's anything substantive that may be in conflict with one of the criteria, just because it's on 3 pages and you don't want to be flipping back and forth.
We get that.
On that.
Go ahead.
I did take notes, and there are 2 areas where I would be bringing up of concern, and the rest, there's no problems. They meet the criteria.
Okay, so this first one, Naramata Center.
There's no problem with this one. It's up to the board to decide.
Director Gettins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not really in support of this one for the Naramata Center. I think there's a lot of revenue streams and availability for them to make some money in Naramata. I'm not sure what the conversation is between Naramata Center Society and then the grants that Director Rodrigo, thank you, can provide. So that's one reason, but I'm also curious to hear, Chair, that the presenters referenced a cultural strategic plan that they're working on with regional district staff that's going to position Aramat as a cultural hub for the region. I'm not opposed or against that. I just haven't heard that before. So I'd like more information on that because I thought that was that's a strategic direction that I was not aware of as a board member.
Okay. That can come at a later date, I'm sure. Right now, we need to continue. So I'm not seeing many hands. Director Bush, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to say no to this, mostly because, I mean, it's a great thing, but mostly because it's operational and it's something that, you know, either we do it every year or we don't do it at all. So I'd like to say no to this.
Okay, so how about we do it by a quick straw poll or something? Go ahead, CAO.
Yeah, that's exactly the way, Mr. Chair. So if somebody were to move that be stricken from the list, then we can see what the board's intent is.
Sure. Director Roberts.
To the chair, I so move.
Okay, that this one's a no, and I see seconders.
I second.
All right. We'll just give the opportunity for some discussion and questions on it is for sure. Director Conan's first.
Sorry about that, Chair. Yeah, I was just wondering, are we giving them a statement? Are we giving all of these grant applicants a statement for the reason why in general, or no?
Go ahead.
At the end, this is taped and we actually write down the reasons, and this is a public meeting. So they are aware that they may be even listening now, but they do receive something.
Thanks for reminding me.
We just don't call them up and say no.
Yeah, and I will remind everybody that regardless of what we decide right now, that could change at a later date, whether it's a yes or a no. So we don't really notify them until we adopt this budget.
That's correct. Once it's adopted, then they get informed.
So unless there's some discussion on this, I'm going to just ask for a quick show of hands for those in favor of not doing this, supporting this. Okay, it looks like that carries easily. We can, asking for opposed, so supporting this. Okay. Director Miller would be supporting it if we're recording that, but brings us down to the next one on the list. And I'm going to go the Ha 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 Kids Fest. Director.
I think we should keep this one.
Yeah, it's always hard to say no to kids, isn't it?
Yeah.
Discussion on this one? Director Monteith?
To the chair, maybe we, as a board, we could consider putting this in the future under our economic development service so that we continue to support this because, you know, this is their second time now coming to the board, so they're going to be unable to apply in the future. But as a board, if we do want to continue supporting it, that is a way that we could look at supporting that in the future.
Yeah. I'm not sure it would fit under economic development, but some line item is what you're suggesting, which makes possible sense. Director, or I'll go to Mr. Safino and then I've got you guys. Go ahead.
Just to remind the board, you don't have to give the full amount. You can give a portion of the amount also.
Okay. Director Weeb and then Director Holmes.
Maybe just so I'm clarifying, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Have they not already received 2 in 21 and 22? Because that's what, and I thought there was a rule that was typically 2 within a 4-year span. So I'd just like to clarify.
Go ahead.
The board can change the amendment, so we don't say no at the staff level. This is something that the board can actually.
Well, it's not showing that we give them a grant though in 2022, but.
Well, it shows that they didn't. For 2022, it shows that here on my records, our records show that 2021, they got the grant, not 2022.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, was there not one year that we gave them a grant and then they returned the money?
Yes.
Yeah, I recall that as well. So that did happen. So they're eligible at this point, is my understanding, according to our criteria. Director Gettens.
Thank you. So I'm in support of this as well, and I do like Director Monteith's suggestion as well to kind of get this supported. I think it's actually a truly regional initiative. It's one that we can all support together and get benefit from. So I'm happy to support this.
Okay, Director Roberts, and then I'll go to the folks online.
Okay, thank you to the chair. Yeah, I'm really in support of this. It's, the educational component of it, how they work with the schools. And when she talked about, 20 years ago, I remember taking youth from the program that I ran in the school in Karamias to the events. And, in some very important times in my own life, being involved in multicultural events that were supported by the school system, by local government, and by the community associations of different cultural groups was really impactful on my life. And I really think, as we've talked about this going forward, it might be something that we'd like to look again as a line item.
Okay, I'm seeing lots of hands, but maybe what I should do is ask is if you're speaking opposed to this, I'll go to you. Otherwise, if we're all supporting it, we're just talking. So is there anybody who wanted to speak against this? Director Bush, nodding his head. Go ahead.
Of course, I support Kids Fest, but I'm with, I think it was Director Monteith or something. We shouldn't be giving them a grant every other year or whatever. It should be a line item. That's what I believe, but that's just,
okay.
To me, it's just operational. It's not for any specific item.
Okay. Against this, Director Knodel, your hand went back up? No?
Not against it.
Go ahead,
Looking to move it, go ahead for full amount.
Okay. Director Holmes.
I'm not really against it. I just don't know about the idea of having an ongoing line item, but that's a discussion for the future.
Future discussion.
And I see this support that we're giving them now is still the same as last time. It's a startup funding to help them get going to become established, because it is important for the region. And that's how I kind of differentiate it from the Naramata Society, which seemed to be more of this ongoing operational matter. And so I see this more as kind of startup funding to help them get established.
Okay, good point. I will just ask then for a show of hands for those in support of this one. Quickly. Great. Any opposed? Just Director Bush. So that one's a check mark. Are they prepared to? Okay. Okay, once they're prepared, then we'll get them started. So we'll go to the next one and deal with that. Community Wellness Circle. Director Coyne.
Yeah, I'd like to put this one on the table. I think it's a worthy cause, and I'm hoping that it can go across the entire region by the end of it.
Just for memory here, I'm assuming you're seconding that. The Community Wellness Circle was the pregnant, postnatal, pre-pregnancy, or not pre-pregnancy, postpartum. There's the words I'm looking for. I'll get this right yet. Direction on this from anybody? It's on, it's there. Director Taylor?
I completely support the overall need, but I would be speaking against this initiative. I'd like to see a more balanced oversight group on their board. I would like to see more medical professionals or a broader range of medical professionals. Thank you.
Fair enough. Director Bush, and then I've got the other folks.
Yes, it's a pilot project, which I support, and it's for health, and this is what tax dollars are for, I believe. Thank you.
Okay. Director Monteith, and then Director Van Elfen.
Through the chair, typically these sort of programs are provided by Interior Health. And I kind of wonder, even though they may have shifted direction during COVID and post-COVID, I wonder if they're going to go back to it. And are we, servicing outside? And, I guess I'm curious to the process moving forward. And I know that they don't necessarily reach all Princeton, Kearmias, outside of Penticton. But I'm also concerned that, once again, we're giving to a third party almost, so.
Okay. Director Van Elfen and then Director Holmes.
Through the chair, I support this wholeheartedly. I just feel with what's been going on in our healthcare system, there's gaps. These people have saw a huge need in our region, and my hats are off to them. It's unfortunate there are gaps, but as even stated, even family doctors, a lot of them don't even have access to a family doctor. So I just think it's a gap that's being filled at this point in time. Will it be forever? Who knows? But at this point, I support it.
Okay, appreciate that. Director Holmes.
Yeah, I just want to point out that at least one of the directors is a doctor. She lives in Summerland.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, to Director Monteith's question. So my oldest right now is 13. We had a previous child that we lost, and even at that time, when you go to Princeton, Kearmias, we have to come to Penticton for any pre and postnatal. There is nothing in the rural area. It's completely a vacuum out there. So if anybody, and I don't care who it is, whether it's a midwife or a doctor, if somebody's going to start offering those services in rural areas like ours, then I'm going to support them one way or another, because we're struggling, especially since COVID, and any program that can support parents is a must right now.
Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, and after giving it a lot of thought, I'm prepared to support this application. It's a pilot project. It's needed, but I would encourage that they would seek during this year that if we fund it, that they would seek a permanent funding model from Interior Health or some other provincial agency, and perhaps we could support them in that application.
It's a good idea. Director Wiebe, and I think we're all on the same mind here, but go ahead.
Well, just a clarifier, and I apologize for asking so many questions, but I do try to be informed and make a good decision. My only concern, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I think it's desperately needed. I'm a little cautious or curious about this is a healthcare related thing. None of the other grants that we've had are actually healthcare. And I'm a little concerned that a regional district might be picking up something offloaded that should be a health matter. And I don't know if that's outside of our, what we're supposed to be doing. So I'm in support of it. I'd like to ask that question.
I think that's a concern probably to a few of us, but in the situation, I think we're in a different spot. But go ahead, Director Coyne.
As much as it's healthcare, it's also social. And I think if we draw the two together, I think it's something we should be supporting. And I know we are not supposed to be in the business of healthcare, but let's be honest, we are more in the business of healthcare these days than we've ever been. I mean, we'll just leave it there for right now, but Interior Health should be embarrassed.
Director Watt.
Thank you to the chair. Definitely, I'm supportive of this. I don't like crossing boundaries. I like to stay in our lane, which is very difficult. But I think if we approach this as if it's seed money, because clearly what they've got is an unsustainable strategic business plan, we're 91% of their monetary funding. That's something they can't go on with. So I think Director Bloom had a great idea. Is let's work with them to get this funded by the appropriate channels. But if we look at it as seed money, it's a one-time deal.
Okay. I'll go back to Director Taylor. Your hand's up again. Oh, you're muted.
I'm just wondering if we do support this. I like Director Bloomfield's comments as well, and if those comments could accompany our decision, that would make me feel better.
Okay. Well, when we get closer to a final decision on this, we may do that. I'll call a show of hands for supporting this one. Lots of hands up. Any opposed? Good. Are we ready with the next presentation. We'll take a quick break then and let them. Yeah, I'm just saying from this. Yeah, not a break like go away break. Break from what we're doing to get this next presentation. I better be, or I'll lose you.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity here today. My apologies for being late. I've been sort of laid up this week with a massive head cold, and I'm sort of I'm surprised I lost track of what day of the week it was and everything else, and I've just come back to the office and emerged from my bed. So thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to, late as it is, to still share with you a little bit about our proposal this year for the second annual Ignite the Arts Festival. It's a 10-day arts and culture festival that'll happen here in the spring. It'll be March 24th to April the 2nd this year, mostly in and around Penticton. We are looking at a partnership down in the Similkameen Valley to do a satellite event down there as well. Your money that you were supported with us last year, which I'm very grateful for, helps make the majority of our programming free to the public. And our catchment area is sort of the entire South Okanagan, and the Similkameen region is what we're really hoping to draw upon. We chose the spring break week, second week of spring break, for the reason that everybody's looking for something to do, and lots of people are looking for a place to go to spend their time as well. And so we thought we'd try and create a destination tourism event here in the spring based on arts and culture here in the Okanagan. And so this last year, we had over 7,500 people. We put over $100,000 back into the local economy, had over 150 hotel nights here in the Okanagan. Mostly based on the artists and the people that we booked. I know we certainly drew people from outside of the region as well. We had artists represented from throughout the region as well, plus brought in national artists as well, and are looking to expand that this year. This year's exhibition at the gallery will focus on the Analkin Center and the 20th anniversary of their NAPAC program. And we'll be looking to also partner up with the Two Rivers Remix Festival and also the International Indigenous Music Festival to create a conference, an all Indigenous Arts and Culture conference that will run parallel with the festival as well, and create programming opportunities plus showcases for the first half of the event. We'll also have the 1 Minute Play Festival and a bunch of other things that'll be happening. So basically from the Friday through to the following Friday will be mostly free events. Our community partners include the SOICs. We do a wonderful thing called the Unbox Project, which we're looking to expand this year, looking at racism in our region and exploring that through community dialogue and facilitate discussions and workshops. We're working with the Analkin Center, as I said, the Okanagan School of the Arts, the Penticton Museum. We're working with people down in the Similkameen Valley there as well to try and create some satellite programming down there. The Okanagan School of Music, the Okanagan School of Arts, the Penticton Regional District Arts Council, and anybody else that wants to partner with us. We're looking at ourselves as an umbrella organization to celebrate all the richness of the arts and culture in our community. The funding certainly, as I said, helps support the free events that we do at the beginning. Unfortunately, we do have to do a ticketed event, which is the second weekend, the March 31st to April the 2nd. Is our ticketed event, and over that we have 5 venues at least in town. We have about 150 acts that will be performing in those 5 venues circulating around town as well. Part of our ticket thing to try and put more money back into the economy here is we have a $15 merch voucher that's given out to each ticket buyer, and that's going to be used at local businesses, which we pay out the local businesses the value of those merch vouchers that are returned to them. Last year it was over $7,000 to local businesses in the downtown core based upon the return of those vouchers there. I driving through Princeton recently, and I saw an amazing thing on their Welcome to Princeton thing, was that they branded themselves as this bronze sculpture capital of Canada. And I thought that was amazing. And I certainly admire the tenacity and the gumption of being able to do that. And taking a page out of their book, I'd like to try and brand Penticton as the arts and culture capital of British Columbia, and see if we can make that really happen as well. And certainly looking at this festival here in the fall as a anchor tourism event, I think could go a long way to making that happen. And we're looking to do something again in the fall, sometime down the road, as well as a bookend to that, to take up from the old festival that did happen here in the fall here through the Arts Council. So looking to maybe try and do something again in the fall as well as a bookend to that. But the benefit to this is not just Penticton, it's the entire surrounding region. All the artists that we have touring through here have to stop through your communities on the way here. They're buying gas, they're buying food, they're buying supplies. We're also drawing a lot from the local regional community as well, and inviting for things like our kids songwriting workshops and various other things that we do. We certainly do draw people from outside of the city of Penticton as well to participate in these events. And so we're looking to create something that's truly regional. The Penticton Art Gallery is just the organizational organization. It's not the Penticton Art Gallery's Ignite the Arts Festival. It's the South Okanagan's Ignite the Arts Festival. And we'd love to have you be a partner again to help out with this. Your support not only helps in a meaningful, tangible way, but it also helps us when going to other funding bodies to leverage other funds, showing that widespread community support. And you're one part of that puzzle, and I'm grateful for the support that you have given, and I hope the support you will be able to show us again. It's the first few years of any festival like this, which are incredibly difficult to get funding for. Last year, we were the last week of the COVID, the vaccine passport. So we had a lot of things that were going against us, but as I said, we had about 7,500 people that participated over the 10 days of the event through the mix of the paid and free activities that we did. And we're looking to do even more free activities this year. And the paid part, as I said, is just a part of the reality to make up for the funding shortfall to create the programming that we do. So I'm grateful for that. I would love to be able to provide anybody, if you're interested with further information, I'd like to invite representatives of the RDOS to be more actively involved in this year's festival. And I'm open to any ideas that you might have for further partnerships or collaborations within your communities and the artists that we have here, or to represent your communities in more actively here in Penticton during that event as well. So I thank you for your time, and I certainly welcome any questions that anybody may have.
I'll check with the board. I see Director Coyne got his hand up quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a quick question for you. I see you're going or trying to go to Keramias for the Elks Hall or whatever. Have you been in conversation with the Princeton Arts Council or the Crimson Tide players over there to see if there's anything we can add over in our end so it's actually truly a valley-wide experience?
I'm happy to, if you can furnish me with a connection, I would love to see what we can do in Princeton. Or bring people from Princeton to Penticton to put them on a stage here and do something there. I'm open to all those ideas and would certainly welcome those opportunities. Well, the Elks Hall we're connected with is the one here in Penticton, but I'm certainly in Keramias. There's an individual down there that we're talking to who wants to do some showcases down there in their community using some of the artists as they're passing through. But there's an opportunity to do something in Princeton as well, or Soyuz, or anywhere else along the way. We'd certainly love to see if there's ways we can either bring artists to your communities or bring artists from your community to our community.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing no hands, we appreciate the presentation and we will discuss your request
Brilliant.
shortly.
Well, thank you very much. I wish you all health and happiness, and I certainly appreciate your time and consideration. And regardless of where your decision falls this year, I would still love to extend an invitation to you all to be more actively involved in the gallery, because we are still a regional gallery, and our activities and the festival as well. We'd love to have you all be a more part of that. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Have a great day.
All right. We'll move back to our discussion phase. I think Danny can shut us off from that room. So we're next on the item list was the South Okanagan Immigrant and Community Services.
Did we vote on the other one?
Yeah. Yes, we had. Community wellness one. I'll go to Mr. Safino first.
Just to mention to the board, on that one there, one of the policies that we have for grant needs is that it shouldn't be for wages. They did mention that this money would go for honorariums. However, they have other expenses other than honorariums, and the board can actually say in the letter that you'd like to use it for, if the board approves this. I just want to point that out.
Appreciate that. And I would also point out that the last grant we gave was $34.50 back in 2021 rather than the full 7,000 ask that there, and I think that was the ask back then too. So it's go to Mr. Miller. Go ahead.
I guess I can vouch for the legitimacy of the event. I was there to several of the presentations along with Frank Rieger and Judy Sentes, and so I probably saw 4 things. And I know that it's their belief that it does have a very strong First Nation element, which is probably about 1/3 of the size of the artists that are offered, and I think that's something to take into consideration. And yeah, it was definitely a good thing. And Mr. Crawford had referenced the vaccine mandates.
Point of order.
Yeah, I think we're
Wrong.
talking different subject. You're talking the Arts Council? We're actually on the immigration one at the moment.
Okay, I apologize for
No-
being
no
confused,
worries.
but you can remember what I said.
Noted. Noted. All right. A direction on this one? Director McCorduff.
Thank you. I really support this. They've been a really good group. They've had people from all over the area involved. I can't always attend these things, but I absolutely support it, and I think they do a really good job. So I'm in favor of giving them the full amount.
Full amount. Director Monteith.
Through the chair, SOIX provides a service to newcomers that is unlike any other in our region. And they truly do have a regional a connection with many residents. I had the pleasure of presenting as part of their civic awareness program. And the questions, the engagement, the eagerness to be more connected with their communities was there. What they're providing with this program would fill the need that we're seeing in our communities with labor shortages, and having that connection. And that's what they provide, is they provide a connection and that platform to have that. So high value, and the return on investment there would be tenfold.
Okay. Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. And to follow up on what Director Monteith said, again, yes, it's a need that we have, but also a need that these people have. And as stated by the individuals that were representing the organization, this is something that we're going to see a landfall of far more people coming into the area. It does affect every area that we live within, and we need to be looking at that growth like a strategy in our own population, and knowing that immigration is the only way that we're going to see that expansion to fulfill the needs that we have professionally, labor-wise, and also in just the development of community.
Okay. We should get I'm sure everybody wants to comment. Maybe let's just get a motion on the floor here so we have a direction to discuss.
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make the motion and just add to the comments so far. The Ukrainian refugees that are coming into the South Okanagan, I think, will benefit from this as well. And the employment opportunities, there's lots of employers looking for employees. Hard to get people to move down with our housing challenges. So this is another opportunity to offer employment to people moving into the South Okanagan.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded. I heard a seconder there. And I got to go to the fellows on the screen there. Their hands were up a little earlier. So Director Bush first, and then Director Knodel.
Yeah, so I agree with what's been said so far, but still I think this is because it's for honorarium wages and whatnot. And I think they need to have their own sustainable funding from other sources than us, but I agree it's a great thing to have, but I don't agree that we should be supporting this through our tax system.
Okay, Director Knodel and then Director Taylor and then.
Thank you, and through the chair. This is an absolutely imperative project, but I agree it's going to eventually need another funding source. But as a startup, I think this is a good place to start, and I wholeheartedly support this. We need the labor, we need the people. Thank you.
Director Taylor and then Director Holmes.
Agree with all the other points noted, and as I understand, I felt much better hearing the explanation on the honorarium factor. I think this is really just similar to giving them a gift certificate to Tim's to offset the costs that they've incurred elsewhere.
Okay, Director Holmes.
So I know this organization very well. I used to be on their board, and I completely support everything they do. However, when I look at the project and the expenses, I have a really hard time when I look at $30,000 wages for 10 meetings, $7,000 accounting for 10 meetings, $9,000 management fee for 10 meetings, $2,000 rent, which presumably they're paying to themselves because it's their own building. I think there's a lot of fudging on the numbers when you look at the program, and I guess a question is how do we, or do we validate, we just take it for face value that this is what they provide us and we accept the costs of running a program like this?
I don't think there's a way of verifying it, but Mr. Safino?
Before they would qualify for the funds, they have to give us a statement for the previous year. And also, after they get these funds, they have to give us a statement for that current year.
Okay. Director Conans.
Yes, through the chair, I had some of those same questions as Director Holmes. I am so supportive of this organization, and but I have those same questions. I also was wondering again, can you remind me, Mr. Zaffino, through the chair, about the criteria for these grants having to do with if one of the first, I don't have it in front of me, one of the first items is that they can't be wholly supported by another level of government, or because they're receiving almost $1 million in.
I believe you're discussing that it shouldn't be funded from the regional district if it's a other government responsibility. That's what you're discussing. I think you're alluding to.
Yeah, I think so, and they have over $1 million granted from other levels of government, which they should. I mean, it's an incredible organization, but I'm just wondering whether this would qualify for our grant.
If they receive funds, if it's something that is the responsibility of another level of government, no, they don't qualify.
I would just point out that this is a kind of a pilot, so it's not specifically how they run their operations. It's more of a special project. So I guess if we looked at it from that perspective, it might be different. But Director Holmes, and then I thought I seen another hand.
Yeah, I mean, they get money from the federal government to provide their core service, which is kind of separate from this. That's why I'd say it's not part of what they get the federal funding for. This would be a separate thing. So that's the way I look at it.
Director Roberts.
To the chair. And right now, I don't feel as bad just kind of letting this move on, because I think we can pare down or cut it later, or, have a sober second thought, as it were. But again, I'm very supportive of the organization and would like to carry on and be able to have further discussion on the ones that we have accepted moving forward. So just my thoughts anyways.
Okay. No more hands up at the moment. We potentially, quick question. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Just a quick comment. I mean, I don't think anybody around this room is going to say it's not a good program, but I think, like Director Holmes brought up, there's some questions about the finances, and there was last time, and I kind of chuckled there when Director Holmes was just speaking, because it's the exact same conversation we had last time. They get their funding from the federal government. This is above and beyond. Again, it's about rent and wages and everything else. This is the same conversation we had last time, and that's why we didn't give them the full amount last time, is because we didn't feel comfortable with some of the expenses that they had. So I'm on the same kind of page as I think Director Holmes and some others, that it is a good program, but is the money in the right place?
Okay. It's tentatively 7,000 that we're putting towards them. I'm going to call for show of hands on that.
Support.
Of support, yeah. Okay. All right, and opposed for the 7,000? I would say that the 7,000 fails at the moment. Is there an alternative number people wanted to put forward?
I'll put 35.
3,500, seconded? Okay, $50 more than last year, or the last time? If only it were that way. So for 3,500? We don't need to discuss it. I think we'll just, not quite. We'll just vote on the 3,500 in favor of that. That looks a little more promising. Okay, opposed to the 3,500? That motion for 3,500 would carry, but do we need to record the opposed? No. No? Okay. Is this next? Yeah, this isn't final by any means. OS. Yeah, we could let Director Wiebe know that that one's done, just so he could come in. The Conservation Alliance would be up next. Go ahead, Mr. Safino.
Just to point out to the board that they did mention that they're also applying for the City of Penticton Summerland. That is contrary to the board policy. They're trying to get grants from 3 different areas.
Yeah. The Meadowlark Festival is this one. It's conservation. I'll go to Director Holmes first this time.
So could we make whatever we give them on conditional that they don't apply to the city of Penticton and specifically the District of Summerland?
Specifically. So you're saying that only one, they're getting it from you one place, okay? And this is for the full 7,500? Is that what you're making it for? Negotiable. Well, we could have a starting point here. Go ahead.
So this is like one of the only ones that are, I think, truly regional, and I'll support the 75. But I also think Summerland and Penticton should pitch in, and
More.
if they come to us, maybe we can pitch in a little too. But
that would be up to them.
But no, I'll put the 75 on the table because like I said, I think this is one of the only ones today that is truly a regional program where it's in just about every one of our communities one way or another.
Okay. Seconded. It's on the floor. Director Bush?
Yeah, I thought he changed it to an ask of 3,500. Did I misunderstand that?
That was just a slip of the lip on his part. It was 75 was the actual ask. So, Director
and there
Conan?
again,
Let him finish. Go ahead.
It's operational to me, and you know, they have all kinds of funding. The other thing is, I don't think we should support it, but I think Summerland and Penticton should.
Differences of opinion around this table. Director Conans.
Yes, thanks through the chair. I know that a lot of these projects, a lot of times they're done by volunteers. So it's always tough when the budget's a bit askewed. But I am very concerned. They're asking for 7,500, and then he was changed to 3,500. But if you look at the budget, it says 3,000. Applying for RDOS 3,000. So we've had 3 different numbers. I am concerned that is there's some issues with the numbers. So I'm not sure I can support it.
That. Okay. Am I missing some other hands, Director Wiebe?
To the chair, just a quick question. It seems unusual for me for not-for-profit to budget for a $20,000 surplus, and I know they said they'll give it back to the kids, but I have a bit of an issue with charging taxpayers to be generous at someone else's expense. So I support the project, but I find the way they're going about it a little problematic.
Okay. Any other discussion? Director Roberts?
Thank you. And though it is a good program, I will be against it, just strictly in regards to this time of austerity. And I think they've got a lot of other financial options. And I think we need to be prudent this go round. So I'm sticking more closely to education, mental health, and a few of those kinds of things. So that's my opinion anyways.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, we'll call a quick show of hands then for, this is for the full 7,500. Show of hands for support. Oh, okay. Opposed? I would say that fails. The 7,500. Is there an alternative number the board wanted to put forward on that, or Director Weeb?
To the chair, I don't, again, procedural. Is there an acceptance of a friendly motion? Like,
Just throw out a number if you're so inclined.
I'd be willing to make a motion for 30, what did we say, 3,500? I think is what was asked for, maybe indirectly at the table this morning, but.
Can you clarify?
Which is the actual amount that was?
The amount on the application was for 7,500. There was a note in their financials that it was a preliminary financial number and that could change, but their original ask was 7,500. So.
Okay. All right, that was their ask, and we're proposing 35. Is that 3,500? Is there a seconder for that? Okay. Do we need to discuss it again? I don't believe so. Quick show of hands in support of 3,500. That's looking a little more promising. Opposed? I would say it carries at this stage. Okay. We're well into our lunch break. Should we take a quick
Lunch is
recess?
sitting in there, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got to.
Go ahead, Director Holmes, quick question.
Yeah, just back to the Meadowlark though. But can we, when we do write to them, remind them that that funding is dependent, that they don't receive funding from other local governments?
I think
that's our policy.
That would be our policy, and I'm sure Mr. Safino will remind them of
It
that.
would be part of their letter.
Okay, so we'll break for lunch, and then I think we've got 3 more to deal with. We're getting the swing of things. Maybe we go quicker.
Yeah, cut them in half.
Yeah, cut them in half and throw them out. What do we got? 25 minutes?
I can make it really simple. No.
No, well, that's even quicker. Okay, if we could make our way back to our seats, we'll get started here. Oh, gosh. No, just sitting so much for 2 days, it gets to you after a while. I'm used to moving, not sitting. Yeah, I want to go back. Okay, guys, we will start again here. I think we were, oh gosh, I lost my spot here, but granting aids, we're back to that. I believe it's the Okanagan School of the Arts that we're on, correct? Well, just move them motions. Anything on this one, Mr. Zaffino? I think this is the first time we've seen this one, isn't it?
No issues on this one.
Okay. Any direction from the board on this one? School of the Arts.
No, I'll say no.
Director Coyne's making a motion to say no on this one, I'm hearing. Go ahead.
I don't see this as a regional, like a truly regional program. I mean, I support the arts. I support what they're trying to do, but most of our communities already have an arts program. They have a performing arts program and organizations that are doing those things. And so I just see this as more of a central to this part of the regional district and not so much the South Okanagan and over in the Similkameen.
Okay. Seconded. So at the moment, it's a no. If you're wanting to speak in favor of it, go ahead now. Put your hand up. If you want to speak in favor of it. Try to convince everybody else. Otherwise, we will call the question then. Proposed no on this one. All those in favor of no. All right. Any opposed to that? Tentatively off at this point. Apex Freestyle Snow Club. Anything on this one, Mr. Zaffino?
Yes, there is just a bit of concern. That $10,000, they're looking at 2,000 of that going for course gates, which is an asset, and $8,000 for wired timing system. So they're asking $10,000 to purchase some of their assets that's ongoing that they can use for more than one period. And that's the policy says not for a capital deficit. So the capital deficit would be financing to help pay for whatever they need for the capital part. So I just want to bring that up to the board.
Okay. Direction from the board on this. Director Roberts.
I'd speak against this. Again, not that I don't enjoy skiing at Apex and all the good benefits. And I know some of the people that have been on the freestyle team. But again, it's like buying equipment for the hockey team, or am I going to go out and buy some baseball bats for our local Little League? So I just don't think it fits within the mandate. And right now, as we've stated before, regarding austerity, I don't think this is good use of taxpayers' money.
Okay, so I'm taking that as a motion.
Yep.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Any discussion in favor of this? I kind of thought maybe Director Monteith might have something to say.
I will. So I do support them. What they bring to the region, they are our only ski resort. So they are providing a sport. Well, I mean, we got APAC, we got the Baldy, right? Manning Park.
Yeah.
True, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. In this area, they are for sure. when the teams come to compete, they are bringing world-class tourists to our area, and they do have an economic impact on the region. I see them staying at the lakeside. I see them staying in town, busing up. They're renting cars. They're spending money in our local stores. They are here for a long length of time. You know, I do see the impact that they leave. I understand the concerns about the policy for sure, but you know, I do support it for those reasons. They do bring people to our area, and that's something that we need. So.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks to the chair, and I agree with that too. I do think minor sports bring a lot of economic development, and they all do. And you know, and it's always built on the back of volunteer parents. Didn't have a ski kid, had a lacrosse kid. We could have easily used $10,000 for a lot of things. We do our tournaments. We put it through the STEM program. We show that we bring in millions of dollars economic development. It just is a gap in minor sports, and I'm with you. I get it. It is a certain sport though that does require some economic investment by that family. I don't think it's a sport that's open to everybody. I think that's a little bit different just with the cost of the sporting. But I think if we go down this path where we're supporting some minor sporting associations, how can we say no to the other ones then? So that's the reason I can't support it.
Okay, so no one else is speaking in favor of it, or were you? If you want to, go ahead, Director Conan.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was wondering, Mr. Zaffino, I'm sorry, I couldn't see it in here. What's our history of granting to this club in the past? Because I know when I was here before, they had asked. And
go ahead.
So last year they did ask for a capital request and for a jumping airbag. I think they mentioned it, and the board said no.
Yeah. Director Holmes.
I'm kind of more in favor of giving money for a one-off piece of equipment than I am for an ongoing operational item, because it is, you know, a grant request like this, you know, ideally they should be one-offs. Though having said that, it is a lot of money. What Director Gettins said about other sports and, you know, where does it stop, resonates. And I also think that they could be a lot more active in getting corporate sponsorships. They don't get very much. They don't really, a sport like that should get a lot more in private sponsorships. And certainly something like the gates, you could easily see it being sponsored with a corporate logo on the gate, you know. So that's why I have a hard time supporting it.
Okay, gosh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'd like to see Apex buy that equipment. They're also going to benefit from it. So why aren't they buying it?
Okay, I think we've discussed it. I'll call the question, and this is again no on this one. In favor of no. Show of hands. Okay. In support for the no, the motion would be defeated. Last one on our list, Penticton Art Gallery. Anything on that one first from Mr. Zaffino?
No issues on this one.
Okay. Mr. Miller. And
Yes, I'd like to apologize to the chair for not paying attention.
no worries.
Although traditionally, I thought if they had just presented that would have been back to back. So I think
I
it was a
get
fair confusion. Just to finish my point, because I won't make you watch this movie twice, Mr. Crawford had talked about vaccine mandates. It was somewhat surprising, but apparently, allegedly, a lot of the arts people don't like getting vaccinated. And he had said that, you know, maybe it was an excuse, but a lot of people, it was the final weekend of vax mandates and they did have to check them everywhere except for at the park. And he said he had no idea that many supporters of the art gallery did not get vaccinated. But again, I thought it was a good first off event. And again, they really, really stressed First Nation involvement, and even more so this year. So for that reason, I'd be glad to support the grant request in full. And if I can make the motion to support it, if somebody will second it, I'd appreciate it.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded. Discussion. Director Coyne.
So normally I wouldn't support this, but because of the heavy Indigenous aspect this year, I feel that there's a regional component to it, and I believe that's something that we could get behind.
Okay. Director Holmes. And Director Bush.
So I think this was a great festival last year. I heard nothing but good things about it, but I can't support it. I don't see it as a regional festival at all. I see it as a Penticton festival. In Summerland, we have the Riga Arts Festival, which our municipal council supports, and that allows them to go to Heritage Canada and leverage that and get the big funding that they really need. And I see no reason why Ignite Festival can't do the same thing with Penticton, getting the city of Penticton's support. I see no difference between the two festivals whatsoever. And I don't see how these kind of festivals should be playing off municipalities and the regional districts the way this one appears to be doing. Thanks.
Okay, Director Bush.
Yeah, along the same lines, I don't support this either.
Okay. See some other hands. Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, I acknowledge the comments from the other directors, but obviously the Penticton Art Gallery does receive a tremendous amount of support from the city in other operations and other events, and they truly are a group of and a facility that provides to the larger area around Penticton and throughout the regional district. And this is just one of the events that incorporates work from regional artists and appeals to the population of the South Okanagan in general. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay, Director Monteith.
To the chair, I guess I'm looking for maybe a ruling on the policy and procedure. If they're getting funding, existing funding from the city of Penticton, not for the.
It's project specific. Yeah. So.
Okay. Clarified, Director Conants.
Yes, through the chair, as few of you have already said, I believe in supporting this because of its Indigenous component, but also because we're always looking for those shoulder season events, any shoulder season events that we can grow and support. I think that makes sense, of course. I think that we as a region should try to get to support.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Just a follow-up comment to what Director Holmes had said. As Mr. Crawford had said earlier on, I'm sure if Oliver or Summerland or anywhere wanted to get involved with it, they kind of have the more the merrier. My only criticism really of the festival is he has so many sub events and things going on. It's hard for the average person to kind of follow. You almost need to do a flow chart in advance, but I'm sure they would absolutely love to see it be a regional event.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor to support it. Director Holmes, hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out in their budget for 2023, they do have both under revenue RDOS $5,000 and City of Penticton grant for $7,500 plus in kind from the City of Penticton. So they are double dipping. And secondly, I like to, Mr. Crawford did say, and it's right here in the very first line of their details, or the first paragraph, that we want to esteblish Penticton as British Columbia's cultural capital. So, I'm sorry, it's a Penticton event.
Okay. We do have a motion for support of this in the $5,000 for their full ask. Show of hands for those in favor. Okay, those opposed. Gosh, it's close. Can I get everybody opposed higher so I can count here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's almost a tie. It's defeated.
Was it almost a tie, or was
Well,
it a tie?
I'm trying to think of how many are here, because there's a few directors that are absent. Director Watt stepped out, and I don't see Director Knodel online anymore. Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry. That added one more. So then it was defeated for sure, because it was 9 without Director Knodel. So with
So
him, it
what
makes 10 to defeat that.
Yeah, what we've typically done in the past, Mr. Chair, if there's, I mean, if it's very clear that we take it off the list, and I mean, that's a direction. If it's tied or very close to being tied, then it may be worth another discussion, or if there is any more information that we need.
I was going to ask if there was a different amount that was more palatable to the group, as last year we'd only gave 3,000, just so everybody's aware. And Director Miller?
I'd make a motion that we give them $1,000 just as a nominal recognition, because it's better than zero. So, and they can't say, well, there was no support from the regional district.
Okay, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I agree, but I'm concerned that then they can't apply to the city of Penticton for money, right? So you might be setting them up for failure at that point.
Yeah, give them 0.
Well, we didn't have a seconder yet, but go ahead, Director Gettens, you have comment?
Yeah, thanks. It's not the amount, I think, is the issue that we just identified. So I think we need to just let them know that this is the policy and they can't do both, and they got to figure out how
We'll
that's going to work.
keep it at that for the time being. As said many times, I'll go to you in a moment, but we can always revisit this at a later date. So, Director Taylor.
Yeah, just as you look through the financials of a number of these applications, I find it difficult to determine whether the double dipping is occurring or not. And maybe that's something in future could get screened, because I think we waste a lot of time and we waste their time. And so, you know, we don't necessarily understand all the lingo of the different groups that are being applied to as well, like Travel Penticton. Is that double dipping? Or, you know, so, okay, but there are sort of derivatives of an organization that, in my mind, I sort of wonder, gee, is that falling into the double dipping category or not? So.
Okay, I'll go to Director Gettens and then Director Coyne.
I think that's a really valid question from Director Taylor, because we have had a history of where we don't necessarily follow our policy. So how can we not follow our policy and then expect people to follow the rules when they're applying, right? Like, so are we getting ourselves in a situation where it's worth applying because you just don't know because they're not going to follow the policy? So I think that's a board discussion that we need to figure out.
Okay, along the same.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's a policy, so we don't necessarily have to abide by it every time, but you know, it is good practice. But I have a problem with the policy, because if it is an event that's around the region and the municipality wants to say do something in kind, then that makes it so they can't apply. So if it's something that's happening in Princeton and Summerland, Penticton and Karamias, or in Oliver and Osoyoos, we should be able to throw a little bit of money or support to it, because it's bringing economic development or economic stimulus to our communities. So I think it's something we should also review.
Might be a good idea. Mr. Savino.
So the previous board asked for a policy update for the community grant and aid. And this is something that the board, if it wishes, that can also happen. One of the things that I did notice, and this is my third budget now with the regional district, we need to have some communications between the finance departments of the 6 municipalities and actually communicate with each other on who's asking for grant and aids. And that way,
Good idea.
when we all know what's going on, and we can actually put it as part of the report that it's the municipalities that are also being asked, so that it's not a surprise. So that's just something that I've been thinking of, and that would be something that could be part of the policy if the board wishes to have it.
Yeah, CAO?
Yeah, we shouldn't be determining policy for an incorporated community. Really, I think, and we're all doing budgets at the same time. Nobody knows who's going to approve what. We shouldn't be saying to a group, if it is truly regional, that they shouldn't be applying to us because they might get a little bit of money from some other community. On the other hand, if they are going to us and then to an incorporated community, the incorporated community could say, listen, in Penticton's case, we're already paying 40% of the amount you got from the regional district. So no, we're not we're not adding on to that. On the other hand, if they wanted to, why shouldn't they be able to contribute to another group? I'd say let's deal with our own, as somebody said before, let's stay in our lane. We can determine what we're going to give them. The incorporated communities, if they get a similar application, can determine what they're going to give or not, and then go from there.
Yeah. Well, I think that just indicates that we do need to revisit that policy because it eliminates that. And I personally also have a concern with it, the wording of affecting 3 or more areas. I think it should be more areas than just 3 because it could be just the immediate ones surrounding Penticton or Summerland or whatever, and then the Smilkamines. Yeah, or exactly in that case too. It should be a bit more regional if we're doing regionals. Otherwise, it probably should be community grants, but that could be taken up or taken into consideration if we review this in the future. Director Bloomfield.
Just for everybody's info, I'm trying to get a quick answer on the City of Penticton's policy on that very question. So might be able to give you a quick update in a few minutes here.
Okay. So we're at a no on this one at the time being, and we'll leave it at that unless there's someone. Director Bush has a hand up.
Well, my concern is that, these all sound great and everything, but then when we do our total budget for the year and we find out it's like 10 or 15% increase, we got to really start thinking about where we can cut back each time. So this is my concern. Just looking at the full-time employees we want to hire and everything, it's going to be quite an increase. So we want to keep that in mind as we go along.
I suspect you're correct on that. We probably will be revisiting some of these. Director Weeb, and then we're going to move on.
To the Treasurer, very quick question. The budgets that we do in Karamias, grant and aid would be a part of a budgeted, we wouldn't be adding $50,000 to the budget for that year. The $50,000 is budgeted in whether we would use it or not. So we wouldn't be adding that to our budget. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. The $50,000 that we have is not already previously allocated in the budget. This would be above the proposed budget for the RDOS 2023.
Mr. Safino, but
the RDOS does not include any of the requested grants until after the board approves it. So there is no specific
these
amount.
are all new and added. Yeah. So, yeah, it's important to know every time we approve something, it's increasing the taxes from what is proposed there at the moment. So. Yeah. Okay. Next on the agenda, CAO, I'll go to you.
So next on the agenda is a continuation from yesterday. So we had the introduction, we started on our program changes, and we got through the resource requests, and now we'll finish that off, Mr. Chair. And if we get through that, we'll go into capital.
Okay. Mr. Safino.
Where do we find that, sorry? The next section is the supplemental request, and that would be Appendix 2. And there's 5 supplemental requests, and they'll all come up on the PowerPoint at the same time. So we, as the CAO stated, we talked about the FTEs, and they will be brought back again on the December 2nd meeting for your consideration. Those 2 hours yesterday really helped today. So I also, just so that the board knows, there's quite a few capital projects, and we're going to discuss how the board would like to treat them, and that's going to take a while too. So the first one, and what will happen is the manager that's asked for the supplemental requests will be coming here to speak to it. And for those that don't know the program change for the supplemental requests, what that is a service level increase. And I like to use the example of, let's say you've got a park where the service level is cutting the grass twice a month. And then the service level now is being requested to go 3 times. There's a consequence to that. There's an increase in cost, and that to me is a service level request. So it's something above and beyond that wasn't there last year that you're being asked by the manager to do this year. So I'll call Mr. Woods up here.
Okay, I have a question from Director Roberts, or
He's not here.
go ahead.
Thank you to the chair.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Zaffino, I've got a quick question. I'm wondering, because we looked at staffing once first, and now later on, we're going to be looking at capital projects. Would it be better to see capital projects first, and then secondly, know what staff is needed to do those kinds of things, or supplementary? Just asking in regards to interest and understanding.
It's your preference. It's either way works. I see your point is, I'm assuming what you're thinking is that you need do you need the staff if you authorize the capital? In most cases, the capital should be there. However, it's how you like to see it.
Yeah, this is just a first run at all this stuff. So again, these are the discretionary items that you're going to have to buy. So our thoughts are, let's run through these so you get a picture of all of the discretionary items that are going to cost you money. And then again, we'll go back through them, and you can determine once having all that information, then you can start your culling.
Okay. Mr. Zaffino, one are we starting with then?
Mr. Woods isn't here
Well,
right
go
now.
to engineering, or you
Yeah, yes. So I'm just going to go to the staff that's here, and then we'll go back to Mr. Woods.
Not a problem.
And that's Mr. Woods also. So the first one that we can do is request for increase in service for the Apex area pickup. And that's Andrew. Andrew is going to come up and speak to this.
Go ahead, Andrew, and
Sure. Thank you, Chair. This is a request that was initiated through Director Monteith, and I think also in discussions also with the Apex community. And what this is just an extension of large item service that we have in other areas, and this would be provided to the Apex community. So we currently have up at Apex, we currently have a unmanned transfer station, but what this would be in fact is a curbside service for large item pickup.
okay. And it looks like Area I is footing the bill on that, but go ahead, Director Monteith.
And through the chair, absolutely. The community of Apex has been asking for this, so I'm very pleased that it's here. Fully support. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there's someone on here who sees or believes otherwise, we'll let that one go as moving forward. Question, Director Coyne?
Is this at the transfer station, or is it like regular pickup?
It would be, he said curbside, so I'm assuming regular around
How often?
home to home. How many times a year? One time?
That's cheap.
Aha. Director Monteith.
Sorry, just to give some context to the ask. So yes, we have a waste transfer station, but it doesn't take things like a couch or, the typical household things people are trying to get rid of. Apex community, not everybody has a vehicle that, can transport those sort of things. So what's happening is illegal dumping. So this is a solution the community has come forward with, and I fully support going this direction. If you give people the right option, hopefully they choose it. So thank you.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Just really quickly, and I know I brought this up a few years ago and it was shot down, and I can't remember why. So I wanted to ask you about this. So where my husband from in Australia, they do this large item pickup, but everybody puts it out a week ahead, and then basically people go through everything and take what they want out of it. But it's been hugely impactful because people are reusing all this stuff, but we give permission. So how long can you leave a large item on your front pickup point ahead of time?
It's really not limited, but typically, we might encourage a week ahead. So, it's not really, there is no time limit before or after bad, but before we don't really have a time limit with that. we certainly encourage sort of the reuse type of solution.
No. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
So I'm curious, do you have a is there contingency built into this? Because we used to do this in the town of Princeton. And what was supposed to be a 2-day pickup turned into like week long. And our public works was like completely, overworked because the amount of people that stored everything up and then they dropped it off for that one day. And you just can't keep up with it. So is there do you have a contingency in there so that this doesn't happen?
Great question. So the answer is that we're limiting it to 2 items. So it's what we have in analogous to what we have in most of the regional district and the regional district programs, same one. And so we limit it to 2 large items. But typically what happens is that people will put those 2 large items out, and then you get curbside shopping where people might pick that up and say, yeah, that looks great. I like that couch. Let's not put that in the garbage. And so they'll take that away. And then often that gives you another item that you can put out to the curb. But we've got a pretty good handle on it. And we aren't seeing overruns in other areas.
Okay. Director Miller?
Yeah, it's just to what Andrew said, that's where I get all my furniture from. So I think it is a very good program.
Uh-huh. Okay, moving on. Mr. Safino, next one.
So I see Mr. Woods here, so we can actually start at the beginning. And the first one is supplemental request 1, parks and facilities service level increase. And Mr. Woods is here to speak to it. And I'll leave it on where the charges will be anticipated. And Mr. Wood can testify the cost, ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a series of services that are within the Parks, Trails, Facilities team. These are new and updated programs. There's one in there that's actually a reserve. That's the area E-Museum. So as you probably described, these are supplemental bumps to programs. Some of them are specifically related to operational costs that are new services that have come in, new amenities that we built last year. A couple of examples. Naramata Parks and Rec, we put in a new boat storage program facility last year. So this is really just the upcharge for running that facility at this point. We've got some software in there for helping out the program manager at Loose Bay. So a variety of new programs within that sphere of services. A bit of a unique one with that reserve, but it's just where we ended up putting it in there as a bump for that particular museum program. But generally speaking, just translating from capital programs into operating new costs related to those services. Some of which is specific specialized contractors. We've got some ditching work we're going to do in the trails. That's not work that we would do, so we contract that out. So just a variety of items in there, Chair.
Okay. Director Federico.
Thanks, Mark. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the wages for the museum?
That's the reserve amount. So again, pretty unique place to put it, but we do have a capital ask for the heating and air conditioning. This is a specific amount of money that's going into the reserve. That was a suggestion from our Parks Facilities Manager just to have some money in place for future upgrades and maintenance.
Okay. Anything further, Director Gettins?
Thanks. Excuse me, through the chair. Are the new pass amenities that Mariposa?
Pardon me?
Is that Mariposa Park? Okay,
It is,
thanks.
yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Director Coyne?
The boat storage, is that for private boats? Is that?
It's pretty unique. It's for all boats. Anybody who wants to rent space. There's a public park space on Okanagan Lake in Naramata. So a number of years ago, the idea came through the commission to use that for boat storage because people were just randomly leaving boats in a variety of places. So some really unique locker setups were built and constructed on this space. And then now we run that through our booking program to allow people to rent space for the season and come in and lock up their various watercraft.
So I guess my question is, why is it not a fee for service rather than a taxation? If it's for private individuals to use,
yeah,
it's not really benefiting.
Yeah.
everybody. It should be a fee for service, should it
Yeah,
not?
and I do believe there actually is a fee associated with renting the spaces. I'd have to confirm, but
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Anything further on this one or a direction?
Can you
Go ahead.
Can you break down the trails funding a little bit more than just some work? Like,
It's
is there
ditching.
areas or?
yeah, it's throughout the majority of our KVR trail throughout areas, all the areas. So the province has historically brought in contractors to do ditching work. They're not doing that work anymore. So we've got some areas that are becoming challenging from a drainage and runoff perspective. So we're adding some funds in there to manage those situations. So it's throughout the entire trail network.
Okay, Director Knodel?
Yeah, if I might, Mark, is the Loose Bay Campground, which is the Seacrest Agricultural Camp now, that $1,200,
You're right.
will that go towards the data collection that you and I had asked about? It's becoming kind of a necessity to know whether this is actually being used for the purposes it was intended to.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do with that.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir.
Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. Mr. Woods, can you explain to me, like, for instance, when we talk about the regional trails as a whole, so for instance, the area in the Smilkameen, and we don't really have any ditching as of yet because we're not really there yet. But this still becomes an all-inclusive in regards to everybody overhead-wise. But I'll be expecting then to see this kind of maintenance and upkeep on our end as well to balance it out, being fair and equitable.
Yeah, so the regional trails program has, it's almost entirely operational. So capital funds for the building of trails will often come from an area's gas tax or from a grant, from one of the various grants from the provincial or federal. So we have an operating line in there it's going to include anything from staff time to go out and do maintenance to specialized contractors that might come in to repair an area to a down tree. So it's case by case. This one, we called it out because it's very specific where there's historically we'd receive funds from the province and we would act as their agent to go do the work. We're supplementing the budget to do some additional work from them because we think there's a pretty unique challenge related to some drainage. We're going to hit that anywhere it becomes an issue. So that would include the Similkameen, to include Area H, to include Area F. We're very fortunate because we get a lot of funds from the province to go towards these operating costs. So we'll continue to do that. And anytime we have funds to pay for it, we'll certainly use those provincial funds to do so. But we want to make sure we've got some money in the budget to resolve a few of those issues this year specifically.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks to the chair. So follow up is, this is a possible ongoing expenditure in the future if it's something that the province used to pay for and now we're doing. So you're looking at this as almost like seed money in regards to an ongoing,
that's correct,
upcoming project. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Conant.
Thanks, through the chair. Similar question to Director Roberts. The parks and facility labor in seasonal. It says that regional trails is paid for by all areas and municipalities. So is that, will we be seeing that labor in our trails within the city of Penticton?
Will they work in the city?
Yes.
No. We have relationships with Summerland. We do some work in Karamias from time to time. But the city of Penticton does all the work on their trails within the town boundary.
So why are we included in that cost?
Because the regional program is a regional program. So the trail is available for anybody to use it. So the staff track their time specifically to a service, in this case, trails. So the municipal boundaries are, we're not really identified from a service perspective. It's the idea that trail exists outside the boundary. People can go use the trail anywhere throughout the region. So to the earlier question, we want to maintain a standard for that service wherever it is. And this is the staff that's associated with it.
Is Penticton the only one that isn't included?
All municipalities.
Any, no work in any municipality?
We
Except
do
perhaps at Summerland?
We do some work for Summerland. We do some work for KRMES. We've put the offer out to all the municipalities that if they want us to do work within the munis, we'll certainly do that.
Okay.
But in most cases, there's a formalized program within those areas, including Summerland. But it's a fairly isolated trail in that particular area. So we go up there twice a year to do inspections and some brush work.
Okay. All right. Well, that's something I'm sure we can speak about around our table. Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more hands, but direction on this, we're accepting it. Unless someone's going to move to not have this, we'll include it. Okay, we'll leave it go tentatively.
Yeah. So this next item, Chair, is some of you might be familiar with the age-friendly reviews that are undertaken in communities. This is one that we started on for the community of Caledon in Area I. So the work, it's a $25,000 contract with a consulting firm. So there's a certain amount of work that's being handled through our recreation coordinator. So at the request of the director, we had this flow through rural projects. So this is really just a supplemental to add for the backup of time required. So we'll probably use some contractors to come in and do some work in replacement for that coordinator time.
Okay,
It was, I think, estimated at 6%.
Yes. Specifically Area I again. Director Monteith, you okay with this or? For now? Okay. That just speeds it up. If we're okay with it, we'll leave it go. Unless someone's opposed to it, and if you are, by all means, stick up the hand and I'll take the motion. So.
Next one, Chair, is for our regional emergency management program. So historically, municipalities and ourselves as a regional district will receive funds directly from the province of BC through EMBC to pay for sand and sandbags. The province has decided that sand is no longer something they're going to provide. We typically would get that through roads contractors. So in order to make sure we've got some sand before flood season, we've added a line item of $15,000 to really supplement our program for that purpose.
Okay, same thing here unless, go ahead, Director Coyne.
So once we get a task number, we don't get sand anymore? Is that what you're saying? Or is it just preventative?
Yeah. Once we get a task number, they'll actually issue, we'll allow to go through our funding mechanism to get sand. But of course, we want to be allowing the public to prep in advance, right?
So do we have certain spots you're gonna put these sandbag stations? Like Tulameen's went and done their own work and whatnot. Like, is that?
Yeah, we have 35 locations around the region that we use that are advertised each season, including Tulameen.
Okay.
Maybe I'll jump in there, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Sia.
So always, EMBC has funded sandbags and sand. And in 2021, just before flood season, and as Mark said, we put out piles of sand and sandbags in the normal spots where we get funding. We know where the flood susceptible areas are, and we've always put sand and sandbags out. So early in 2021, they said, we'll pay for the sandbags, but we won't pay for the sand. So we didn't have that budgeted for 2021, but we went ahead and did it anyway because our citizens were expecting it. And now we're budgeting for it.
Government cutbacks, eh? Yeah, we got some rivers that need dredging too. We put lots of sand and gravels. Here we go. I guess unless there's someone who's opposed to this, we're going to have to take it whether we want it or not. Yeah, that's a fact. We'd look really silly without it. So, next one. And just before you go on here, I got to let the folks know online that we've lost computer crashes. I'm assuming you can still hear us. We could hear you the last time. So if you want to speak to something, you're going to just have to kind of interrupt when you can, because I can't see you any longer.
Just before we move on, Mark, can we buy extra sand? Like, so we don't have to do this every year? Because like we're going to do Eris and Tulameen and, the regular spots, right? Like, is it not possible to just get like an extra dump truck load of sand up there?
Absolutely. We're routinely asked to get rid of sand when it's not flood season from an area. So we're not really in the business of sand management. We're not a public works department. So it's difficult. We will usually go to an AIM or one of the local contractors to drop it off. Flood season goes away and there's a pile of sand sitting in a neighborhood, so it becomes a little problematic.
I'm sure we can work something out in our area, but.
Yeah, but yes, short answer is yes, we can do that.
Okay, go ahead, Mark, on the next ask.
Okay, so this one, it could have been an FTE request as well. So this is a unique one that came from our Parks Department. We have a recurring line item for wages, which we have access to students that come in to work in our parks, trails, facilities. In our experience, they can be very, very helpful, and it's a good program to have, but there's a lot of challenges that come with it. By the time a student gets out of their work program and working for us, our season is already open for parks and trails, and they often will leave early, so we're left sort of without that employee or employees. So the ask here is for an additional $40,000 for a total budget of $80,000. To allow us to hire one seasonal employee. So this would be a recurring employee. So we would not use our students in our parks programs. We're better suited to have one individual that's recurring and continue to be trained. Students are great, and again, we'll always apply for grants to use them, but just maintaining some expertise and getting an ongoing relationship with one individual is what's being proposed here by the parks manager. And so it's an ask of $40,000. Which would be attributed to the various services that are outlined at the bottom, Chair.
And this would be how much position, like full-time?
It would be one full-time seasonal position. So our seasonal positions start up early before we're opening our parks so that we can get prepped and ready. And again, it's challenging operationally to have somebody it ends up being almost half the season for our students, so it's difficult.
All right. Thoughts on this, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I understand that we applied for summer students this past summer. We didn't get any, but the work still got done. What extra will we get with this position?
It's extra hours. So it allows our crew to have access to what we're starting to do more in the same way that, building officials handle an area. We're finding with our parks, we have a limited staff and they move around a lot because it's a big region, but what we call windshield time is not efficient. So we're trying to come up with a strategy that allows for, one trained, capable individual to stay within a geographic area. Last year we did that with 2. So we had a senior laborer with one of the students. And again, oftentimes the student was unavailable, they left, and it put that person in a tough spot because they couldn't get the workload done. So we're working on having one full-time seasonal position as opposed to we'll call part-time seasonal staff in the students. So extra hours available to deliver on all of the work associated with the parks and trails.
Did we have summer students last year then?
We did, yeah.
But they weren't funded by the feds. They were at our cost?
Well, we'll always apply for the federal program, always, and sometimes we're successful, but it's competitive. Our rec program, other departments, I think Ms. Bloomfield was talking about that. They will apply for grants when they can. Regional districts usually quite successful, and it covers a portion of it, but yeah, well, this is really saying that we need some
so we've had
more defined
summer
capacity.
Students. Now this is full-time
Yeah.
in one individual.
Yeah.
I seen another hand, I thought, over here. Director Graham, and then back to Monty.
Thank you. And through the chair, what exactly is a part-time seasonal employee? Like, how many months do they work representing the $40,000 a year position?
The $40,000 is the allotted amount of money we have currently for our students. We get our students in as quick as we can. They'll traditionally work 3 to 4 months. And so if we can get 2 or 3 out of that, we will. What we're proposing here is with the 80, that allows us to have a full-time employee working for closer to 10 months out of the year, 9 to 10 months out of the year.
Okay. Director Monteith, you're okay? Oh, we've got the folks back up online, or at least one of them I can see now, Director Coyne Sr., but I can't see the others. So speak up if you've got a question. Otherwise, we're going to let this one go unless there's a motion made to do otherwise. Seeing none. Next one.
That is the last supplemental program request.
Wow.
So the next section, that's going to be the largest section, and that's capital. It's been broken up into different sections so that I don't have staff keep coming back and forth. They are in this order: fire departments, utilities, solid waste, information services, and community services. Now, this one here is going to be challenging. I'll show you how the format for the first one is, and you can let me know. One of the things is I do want a report card from you to see if the information that I've given you, is it in the most efficient way that gives you all the information that you need to make a decision. So with the capital request would be Schedule E, I believe.
And number 10, that would be capital funding by program?
No, it'd be capital program. That by program is one area. It's separated in different areas. It's E, is not?
Just capital budget 9?
So that specific schedule not only shows you your budget, it shows you the explanation. There's a form that explains why the request has been asked. Now, the only ones that aren't required to do it are the fire departments. They're not local. They don't have access to all of the software. Some have, but the managers within the main office are required to do it, and they do have it. But I want to show you how I see it happening. So what you see here is the department, in this case it's Anacus Mountain, the project that they're asking for, and then how it's funded. Because one of the things that's important that you as directors are doing is you're not only authorizing the expenditure, you're authorizing how it's funded. And I thought it's always been shown. It's just, this is just more black and white, where to the right of where it says 2023 budget on the slides, it has it broken down specifically. And where you see the word borrowing, that is, if the board authorizes the project, that means there has to be an alternate approval or some sort of a vote that has to go to the public. So just
Public assent.
Public assent, correct. So I would ask the board how you'd like to see this. I tried to make it as efficient as possible. There's, I believe, 46 of the 162 services have capital requests. Some of them are, the reason they don't all have it is some of them don't require capital projects, but the fire departments are first. Obviously, the chiefs aren't here to explain it, but in discussion with the chiefs, they first discussed it with the directors for each area. So it wasn't something that it's the first time you've seen. So I thought I'd put the fire department first, and you can then rubber stamp it or let me know if there's some changes that you need that we can go back to the chiefs. So as you see here, as I stated, Anacus Mountain and the Karamias Area B and G fire departments are here. And how do you see this going? Can you authorize this on a per slide basis, per line basis? A per line basis would take quite a while. I don't expect the board to finish all of the capital requests. It's important. This is one of the important part of the budget. It does not affect taxes. It's already been funded other than taxes. So this can be something that can be changed on any time without affecting the tax requisition that you've seen.
Okay. I think just by each fire department right now probably would be the quickest.
So the first one is Anacus Mountain, the $100,000 for the equipment and vehicle.
And I'm tentatively okay with that. That is in my area. I do have one question though, and just because it's a new board with the fire departments may have not had a chance to speak to the two new area directors. Do you know if that has happened? Okay, and Mr. Taylor or Director Taylor, did you have a chance to meet with your fire department on these? Okay, so that may be, we hold that one off if there's something for Area D. Otherwise, let's continue.
And this will be brought back on the December 2nd meeting, along with the FTEs and the supplemental and the grants.
Okay, good. Director
I wanna-
Gittins?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly, that this does not impact the tax requisition because you just do it through reserves?
Correct. So when the budget was split between operating and capital, the positive thing is that no capital projects are directly funded by taxes. So that's one thing that gives you a little bit more wiggle room. And that's normal. If I go back to the municipal world, that's how it should be done. And that's how it is done now. This is year 2 that we were doing this.
And I would just say it's either reserves or borrowing, so. Okay, next one. Do you have a question, Director Federico?
Yeah, so if we're borrowing, that's not taxed then, if it's under capital?
The borrowing is the funding for whatever the asset is being used for. But the next year, that borrowing turns into operational expense. So it's a debt servicing. So when I say it's not directly affecting taxes, it's not directly affecting taxes when you're authorizing the purchase of this project. It's not financed by taxes directly. So indirectly, it's funded by transfers to capital reserve. And then if it's borrowing, it turns into a debt servicing. And one of the things that will happen is if the board accepts something that is a borrowing, I will put in a best case scenario, because right now the interest rates are going up
They're all over.
materially. I will put a debt servicing cost as part of your operating budget in 2024, 2025, and onward for 20 years.
Okay. Next one is B and G.
Can I ask about?
We can barely hear him, Danny. Can you turn that? Okay, Director Bush, go ahead.
Sorry, maybe my throat's bothering me.
No, it was just the
Can
volume.
I ask
You're
about
good
the
now.
land acquisition for the 300,000? Because we are talking about maybe trading land with the irrigation district, and I don't know if we need to put 300,000 into capital expenditures yet. I just have some concern there.
Okay, I'll go to Director Roberts. He's got his hand up here in answer to that, I'm hoping. Go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of in the same boat because we still haven't got back any kind of research material that was originally okayed by this board 4 years ago on regards to the placement of a new fire hall, which is by WorkSafe necessary. So I have concerns about having this in place before we have any idea. We do have an idea of a location. We do have in principle landowner willing to swap, which would be of a great savings, but none of this stuff has materialized, been on a piece of paper. And that, again, it would tie into when we look at the satellite hall location study. I don't want to do a study there as we okayed it for a study 4 years ago for a fire hall, and we have got nothing back yet.
Okay, so as I'm understanding it, they're not yet in favor of the land acquisition or the satellite hall study.
That's my opinion.
Okay, and it's BNG, and I suspect Kermius is involved in that as well, but it's listed on here as BNG. Kermius areas BNG is all it says, so it's.
Kermius areas BNG.
Well, there should have been a comma in there. That was the problem. Okay, sorry.
I'll put the comma in.
Go ahead, Director Weeb.
It's just the first time I've seen it. And I think looking at a satellite hall location study for $35,000 is a little preemptive, given that the greater need right now is relocating the current existing and figuring the land out. But I haven't heard about spending 300 grand on land. So, I mean, I'm in favor of looking at options, but I wouldn't want it in a budget line yet because I don't think we're there yet.
So
Go ahead, CAO.
This would be where the 3 directors who are participants in the service would meet with their fire chief
need to
and
sit
ask,
down.
what's your plan? And then he can explain it.
I think that just needs to go back completely. Maybe we just put this one on hold and let them have a meeting. Mr. Safino, go ahead.
I knew that the fire chiefs weren't going to be here today, so I've actually organized a meeting in early December to take your comments. Okay.
Yeah. Meet on that and move on. What's the next one we've got?
Just so I understand, did you want those taken off or?
Hold off on the whole, yeah, hold off on it for now. Till they meet. Yeah.
It's an expensive call.
The next two, the first one is the fire protection Colmont Tulameen. As you can see, they're asking for $136,710, and it's financed from capital and gas tax.
This is in Area H. Any issues with that one, Director Coyne Senior?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. We've got her. We can accept that for the time being.
Thank you. Next one is the fire protection Kaleden. They're asking for $371,000 capital reserve and operating reserve to finance the projects.
I'll go to Director Monteith on that. You're okay? And you had a question, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just flying blind here.
The reason that this has been split from different from the schedule that you've got, because I put them in order of departments. And I apologize, I started thinking about it, it's going to affect what you can access, but that's why it's specific on the PowerPoint.
So it's really hard to follow on here. I think we just need to follow on those.
And I will forward you the PowerPoint presentations with whatever comments that you've got with the yes or no's that will be added to the PowerPoint presentations.
Okay. So let's just follow what's on the screens, the big screens. So that was an okay for Kaleden. Go ahead.
Thank you. Next one, continue the fire department, and this one here is Naramata, $289,000 to be funded from capital reserve operating, and this one here has currently $183,000 anticipated borrowing.
Director Fedrigo.
Yeah, for the moment, we'd like to put that on hold. I've got to be brought up to speed with a few things happening with our satellite hall. So yeah, I can put that on hold for now. That'd be wonderful.
On hold.
Thank you. It's on hold. The next one is Okanagan Falls Fire Protection. I heard from the director, they haven't spoken yet,
Yeah,
so this can be on.
So that'll be on hold
On hold.
temporarily.
The Willowbrook Fire Protection, looking for $350,000. This is a carry forward that the board authorized gas tax funding for. So this is just a continuation from this year.
I do know that Director Knodel is aware of that because he approved that already. So unless he's got something else to say.
Happy.
Okay, good to hear. I can't see you again. Oh, there comes Rick now. So.
The next one, I believe this is the last one, yes, is the Apex Fire Protection. That 3.2 million is a carry forward from last year. It's money that was borrowed, and it's a new fire department, so they need pretty well everything new.
Yeah, and I seen the thumbs up from Director Monteith, so we're okay there.
So the next ones is we go to the utility, and I'll ask Ms. Bloomfield, who is here.
Good.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So my capital projects here, are these all my new ones or are these?
Combination both.
Oh, okay. So some of these are carry forwards as well. Okay. So just to go through them briefly here. In Naramata, I've got several capital projects that need to be done over the next few years. We have an ongoing updates to our master plan and models, which I'm which I'm going to be looking to do that every year. The upgrade to water mains, we want to be able to be prepared for when grants become available. So this is the 25,000 is kind of what we spend each year doing some design work so that it's ready to go when we get a grant application. The SCADA master plans, this is work to undertake. The SCADA is the, can't think of it right now. It's basically what communicates and how we can control the system. There's ongoing components that need replacing every year, some programming and such. So we had a master plan done some years ago, and this is to basically make sure that we do all of our components each year to deal with it. The filtration deferral application, that is a bunch of work that we need to do over the next couple of years. One of the things we're doing right now is we're doing cryptos, barium, and giardia testing for our raw water as part of the application. We're also doing various excuse me, turbidity testing, and we have a consultant ready to go out and excuse me, do profiles of the lake when we have various incidents for turbidity and such. And that'll make up part of our deferral application. Excuse me, I just got to grab my coffee. Goodness gracious. All right. Okay, so the filtration deferral, yep, that'll be ongoing for a couple of years. The dams, we had a geotech report done last year, and we finally got the final report. And I'm going to be working with them to outline the exact things that need to be done. And I have a 3-year plan to get some of these items looked after. One of the biggest things that we'll probably do this year is a lot of the tops of the dams have been eroded away from ATVs and motorbikes, and they're not at the level that they're supposed to be at. So one of the things we want to do is we need to get some equipment up there, material, and build those back up again. So that plus installing some various pieces of equipment to monitor the dam, watch for seepage through the dam, and make sure our outlets are looked at. So that's I have 100,000 put in for 2023, and then 100 for 2024, and 50 for 2025 at this point. The PRV replacement, we have a station on Booth Road that was, we have a kiosk above ground, and it was hit by PRV, sorry, pressure reducing valve. The way the water systems work is there's different pressure zones, and this is what separates one pressure zone to another, so the pressure doesn't get too high as the water's coming down. So this this station needs to be replaced because part of it was damaged during a motor vehicle accident in 2020. So some of this amount, this 200,000, will be covered by insurance, but we just haven't received the exact amount yet. But we are going to be putting in a new station there. And some pump and motor upgrades. These are some things that we need to do as part of the growing demands. These will be replacement of 2 of the pumps in the Juniper Reservoir that pump up to the Stonebrook Reservoir. So those will be coming out of our DCCs, which is our development cost charge reserves. I think that's it for Naramata. Is there any questions on Naramata?
Director Federico, go ahead.
We need to have a meeting.
Yes, sounds good.
I was suspecting that. I think that might speed things up considerably for some of these if
Yeah, and I may have misled you before. These are not all discretionary. There are some things that are just mandatory because of regulation. Yeah, so the filtration deferral, we don't have a choice on that because of IHA's 43210.
But those are things they should
Yeah.
have a discussion about, so at least she's aware and not like the deer in the headlights. What in the world?
Yeah, we can sit down and I'll show you everything planned out for the next, 5 years.
Perfect.
All right, is there any other questions, Naramata? Okay, so Willowbrook, we have a couple of projects that we want to get done. There's some remaining gas tax funds to look at some water main upgrades, as well as some more reservoir design. We did apply for a grant for reservoir new construction, and we should find out probably by mid-2023. And we have a bit of money in that as well to do a bit of work before we get the grant, because we want to secure some of the land and that is there. Oh, okay.
He's just
No, I've got
signifying he
a
wanted
little
to
bit
speak
more
after you.
for the other one for Willowbrook. We have a water main that has a tendency to freeze a lot along Myers Road. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be replacing the water main and adding a new portion to loop part of the system, which also will get rid of 2 dead-end mains. So, and it'll bring it to the right depths, and we'll also add a hydrant in that area. And that'll be about 250,000, what we anticipate, and 200,000 of it's going to come from gas tax. And the other 50,000 looks like probably borrowing, unless the director wants to put more funds towards it, which he said he might. All right.
Okay. Director Knodel is okay with that? I see his head.
Happy.
Happy. Good to hear.
Pardon?
Mr. Savino, go ahead.
Just point out when you're hearing that it may get financed from grants or from insurance, et cetera, this is a worst case scenario. Unless I see it in writing that it's going to happen, we have to have the full amount of the budget in place. However, if the grant does come in or the insurance money comes in, we just reduce that amount and fund it from the correct source.
Okay, good to know.
Can I get another page? Thanks.
Okay.
All right, what do we got next? We got Okanagan Falls. This is the Okanagan Falls water system that will be taking on as a new system starting January 1st. And there's a few things that we're expecting to do next year. The first project here, the water main and cascade valve upgrade, that's grant dependent. We should find out within the first few months of 2023 if this project is going to go forward. If it doesn't, that particular one may go on hold until the next application. But there are some things that we definitely have to do regardless, and that's the 500,000 that we're going to be taking out of reserves. Or no, that one's borrowing, sorry. We have a $3.2 million borrowing bylaw with OFID that we'll be using to do some of these upgrades. We're hoping that we'll get the grant so we don't have to use all of that up for the water main and cascade valve upgrade. So if we get the grant for that, then we have the 3.2 million to do over the next 5 years. We've got multiple projects. I think, yeah, they're not listed on this one. But yeah, the operational safety upgrades we will be doing next year. There's various things that we've identified that we need to look after. Security, alarming, some upgrades for the SCADA, and some equipment as well. One of the items that does need to be replaced as well is a utility truck. They have one of their pickups is a very old truck, and we need to bring it in we need to get a new one in right away. So we're going to get that going as well next year, because they do have a reserve. Part of their reserve is for the replacement of their assets and such. So we're going to get a truck right away. The other one is basically part of the SCADA system, this supervisory control and data acquisition. There we go. It's going to touch on multiple water systems because our SCADA system, what it does is it communicates out to all of our water systems, and the operators have a tablet, and they can go on and they can look at the status of all of our water systems from the tablet. So each one of the systems has various things that it needs to have upgraded each year. So just so that it's not a big hit all at once. Okay, so that's the Okanagan Falls water capital projects for next year.
Director Taylor, I suspect another meeting's in order.
Yeah, to some degree, yes. I have to apologize. I have to go, and I made notification of this earlier, so that's why I'm cutting in at the moment, because I'm heading out the door right away. I just wonder about the 60 grand on the truck. I mean, if we're buying into an overall RDOS system, do we need to have a truck specific to OK Falls?
The funds have been put away by Okanagan Falls. Right now, they're coming with 2 trucks, but one of them is desperately needing replacing. So we're just going to use the reserves there, and then the service will be paying into our main reserve for replacement of vehicles going forward. But right now, one of them, they're having a lot of problems with it.
I get that.
Yeah.
So long as OK Falls isn't buying RDOS a truck.
Oh, no.
Okay.
We need them for our operators, so.
Good enough. Okay, thank you very much. Very informative day.
And know that Okanagan Falls hasn't paid into the reserve, so they cannot get money out of the reserve.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, I know it works both ways. Thanks.
All right. And do feel free, though, Director Taylor, if you need to find out more, give her a shout and she'll happily meet with you and fill you in on some of these things. So.
I've got lots to catch up on.
Okay, next one.
Okay, Missoula Lake. So we have our main upgrade project planned. We did get a grant a couple of years ago now, and we've been working through various stages of replacing the intake because right now that there's issues with the intake, so we need to do some changes to the supply. We also need to add a treatment system. The money shown there is part of the design and the work that we're going to be doing next year. The bulk of the cost, which isn't shown on this slide, is going to be scheduled in 2024, and that'll be the actual construction of the project. But yeah, that one will be moving forward next year. And there's another line for the SCADA. It also touches in Missoula Lake there. Is there any questions about Missoula Lake?
Bob's shaking his head no, so
Awesome.
I'm assuming he's okay with it.
Okay, so the next one I've got is West Bench. We've got just some SCADA, a few SCADA things that need to be looked at. So,
Director Gettins, this one's for you. Are you okay with it? All good? Perfect.
all right. Okay, so we got two Olalla. We have some valves that we've been trying to get to over the last couple of years. And so we've carried this one forward a few times. And this is the remainder of it that we're going to do in 2023. And SCADA, again, there's actually several components that we actually have to replace this coming year in Olalla. Any questions?
Director Roberts, your thoughts?
Thanks to the chair. Well, thanks, Lisa. No, everything's fine. Been paying attention.
Happy.
Perfect.
Happy.
That's good.
Next.
All right, Falder. Similar to Olalla, we have a few valves that we need to have replaced, and that's also a carryover from last year. So we're hoping to get to that this year. And the other item for Falder is we need to replace the media. Still, the uranium treatment media. It's the only treatment system that we have in the RDOS like that for our systems. And what it does is because the the water is high in uranium. It's above the Canadian drinking water standards. We have to put it through a treatment system, and it's a specialized media that it goes through and it pulls out the uranium. So we have to get that media replaced while every so often. So this coming year, this is part of what these funds are for, as well as make sure that we have some good procedures and sort of a practice in place going forward, kind of a set schedule on how often these have to get replaced and such. So,
Director Gettins?
Yeah, thanks. So is this to develop the procedures or to carry out the work? Because I thought we already developed the procedure.
we haven't done that yet.
Okay, so I don't have to pay for the development of the procedure again?
No.
So the 60 grand is just to do the work?
Yes.
And can you do the work without the procedure document?
Not really.
No.
It's important to have both. Safe work procedures and everything are really important to have documented, and so that everything is done just to keep the workers safe.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But just to be clear, so the money's, you've already got the money to develop the procedures. The 60 grand is to remove the uranium safely.
Yes.
And then, am I remembering correctly, we need to do this about every 3 to 4 years?
Correct.
And so we're going to start building up a bit of a reserve so we don't get a kind of a bump like this every few years.
Yes, it actually shouldn't be coming out of gas tax. We do actually have it in our reserves.
Oh, you do?
So
Okay.
yeah, we stockpile it for a few years, and then
Okay,
when we
good.
need
So
to do
that's
it,
not gas
we
tax,
pull it
that's
out.
reserves. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
So-
no, just because fault are so small that it's like, these ones are hard to, okay, thanks, good, carry on. Great.
Correction will be made. I seen a hand from Director Van Elfen.
Thank you, through the chair. So the medium you're using to pull the uranium out, once this medium is contaminated or aged out, then what? Does it go to the Summerland landfill?
No, I'm sure it has to be handled specially or some specific location.
Well, we make sure that it's taken and cleaned up before it becomes a hazard. It's not at radioactive levels. It's actually taken and extracted. I believe they extract it. They extract the uranium from the media down in a place in Vancouver where we purchase the media from. And basically they'll come pick it up and take it away and give us some new stuff. So
Okay, they keep the uranium then.
I'm not sure exactly what they do with it. We'll be finding that out. So.
Okay, Director Gettins, go ahead.
Just on that, Lisa, that's interesting because if somebody else comes along and takes the uranium to somewhere on the coast, why are we developing procedures? Or is it just for what happens in Falder?
Yes, just for what happens in Falder.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Someone comes and picks it up and and then we're done. Next.
All right. So we're switching now to sewage, the sewer in Okanagan Falls.
Maybe we should hold off on that one since the director's left.
I could do that. Yep, these are just both carryovers from last year, so
If he has an issue, he'll come meet with you.
you bet. That truck is mine, yes. That one is. All right, so there we go. So our fleet for our operators is quite large, and I track them every year. And we want to make sure that when they reach a certain point, before they start failing and causing us a lot of maintenance issues and a lot of money, we replace them. And I have one truck this year that is in need of replacement. This is over and above the Okanagan Falls. That one's completely separate. This is just one of our existing operators. The truck has a lot of kilometers on it because it does drive a lot. Think of some of our far systems. It does, some of these trucks rack up a lot of kilometers, and it's also starting to have quite a bit more in terms of maintenance. So it's about 10 years old, I believe, and so we need to replace that one this year.
Okay, Director Van Elfen.
Thank you, through the chair. Being new here, I'm sorry for maybe a dumb question. Do you have GPS in your trucks? in the trucks in the regional district?
No.
No. And to dispose of this used truck, is it going to BC bids?
What we've been doing in the past is we actually kind of pass it down the line. And it goes, a lot of the trucks end up at the landfill in terms of being used on site and such like that until they die and then they get recycled.
Director Gettins.
Thank you. Just, I think that's actually an interesting question about the GPS, because I heard in Peachland, they did that recently and the usage went down quite a bit once the GPS was installed. So I thought that's actually interesting. And are we doing any kind of strategy around electric vehicles or anything like that? Would this be an electric vehicle, or is this, are we doing that?
That would be something that Mark Woods would.
For this one?
There we go.
Happy to add that if you need to. So Jeremy Dresner, our energy specialist, he has a report coming in that's been done through all the municipalities in our electoral areas. It was done through a consultant to look at electrification of everyone's fleets. So the municipal staff are working with Jeremy to look at strategies for that 15 years out. So low emissions, really trying to switch gears in how we do things. I have one asset that we're looking at, which is going to be an electric van as opposed to traditional truck. So trying to right size the vehicles we're using. So we're starting to go there, but he has a full report coming in future meetings.
Okay, I'm missing Director Holmes. Go ahead.
Just on the GPS and vehicles, I seem to think didn't we have a pilot or a project going on?
That was
to do
the,
that?
that was that study.
Yeah,
Right.
and it is still active. We've just renewed that. We did it as a pilot, but we've renewed the software. So we're tracking the majority of our vehicles. Not all of them, like some of the utility vehicles, no, but the bulk of them we are. So we're getting really good statistics out of that. Again, that'll be part of the report.
Perfect. Okay. I don't believe I've seen anybody getting excited about that one yet.
Perfect. All right, I've got another one here, the Chain Lake Dam, the upgrade design. We're finishing the detailed design on, we have to replace the spillway out at Chain Lake Dam. And I thought there was actually a bit more on this, but a bit more funds. Yeah, we'll have to look at that. But yeah, we need to do the construction on the spillway this coming year, so.
Okay. Director Coyne, you're aware of that one, I'm sure?
You can pull that off for $86,000. Get at her.
He'd be happy.
Well, yeah.
Okay. But you're going to have to check and see if there was more to that, but if so, it'll come back. Okay. Next one.
The next section is a solid waste department.
This might include a few more of the municipalities, so you might have to pay attention. Not necessarily Summerland, but Penticton specifically. And Oliver, but Campbell Mountain landfills.
Yeah. Sorry, I just came from the ophthalmologist and they've stuck a bunch of stuff in my eyes, so my focusing isn't really that good. No, it's okay. I'll do the best I can here. So first one up, we have a carry forward with respect to some of our entrance design work. So we've been waiting a little bit to see what happens with the ALC decision with 1313 Grayback Road. So that would affect where I guess the reason why we've delayed the design, but we need to move forward with that. So this is a carry forward. The organics composting facility. So next year we're looking, again, this is a carry forward, and what we're looking at as soon as we get the go ahead, we'll be looking at some design work, and that's what the 1.1 million is. And we'll be coming forward to both the board and council with a report on how to move forward with both processing and collection. So that'll be forthcoming in the next couple of weeks. We're just waiting for a little bit of information in terms of a peer review that's ongoing, and then we'll bring that forward to council. Zoning communication, so this is again part of the 1313 Grayback, and this is really just our communications that would go forward, and again, it's a carry forward. Leachate management, so one of the requirements, and this is a regulative requirement, and that's to manage the leachate that is coming from the landfill, so we have to collect and treat that, so this is what this is about. Part of that is moving forward with a strategy for treatment, and that's what the 150,000 is for. So part of it is collection, which is the 194, the 150 is the treatment. In terms of the next item we've listed is another carry forward, which is for biocover, again, another regulatory requirement. We were successful this year in attaining approval from the province in allowing us to move forward with the biocover. So this is really the next step in this. So we need a full design. So this is a regulatory requirement. And so this would allow us to move forward with that. And this is to deal, I saw a couple of question marks there. This is really to do with greenhouse gas capture. So that's what it's about. We need to complete the master plan, so which is basically our design, operations, and closure plan. Again, a regulatory requirement. Hazardous household waste improvements. This is a work safe requirement. Security improvements. So one of the problems that we're seeing issues with at all of our landfills, and I'll be explaining that, is that we are seeing increased break-ins. I think we're seeing this quite across the board everywhere, but what we need is some better security camera work. And so that's the intent there. And then Okanagan Falls drainage, we have some requirements by the province to do some improvements there as well. Any questions?
Not seeing any hands. Director Bloomfield, go ahead.
Thank you. And so the decision by the Agricultural Land Commission on the property across the road, that decision's pending fairly quickly, is it?
We believe so. We understand that the decision's actually been made, but they're just drafting up what that decision is, and they haven't told us what it is. So we received a notice on October 28th, it was the last correspondence that I had, and they had indicated at that point that they had made a decision. They just didn't tell me what it was.
Okay. Well,
go ahead.
And so if that's a good decision, then the design work has already been done for that site, has it? Or
no, that's the 1.2 million. So that we would once we have the decision to go ahead, we know where to design. So we won't start the design until we know where we can build.
Okay. And
go ahead.
How long would you think the design might take?
I would think the design and approval process would take about a year, all total. That's pretty normal.
Okay. Anything further, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, what's the backup plan?
I think that's for another day.
I'm happy
to go through that, but I think we should probably, that's probably a longer conversation.
Okay.
Yeah. Seeing no other hands, I think we're
okay.
Understanding what's going on there.
Okay, sounds good. In terms of KMES, again, we're looking at some security fencing. So we've had a number of the fences breached, and we're looking at also doing some security cameras. And again, a carry forward. We have a closure plan that we need some additional work with. And what that's related to is we expect that the province is going to come back, I guess, with a favorable response to what we put forward in terms of the geotech. Like, we have put forward a proposal to the province, but we suspect that there's going to be some additional geotech work that will be required as follow-up. So that's what the 45,000 is.
Okay.
And then there's just minor upgrades that we've identified as 12,000. So there'll be a bunch of small ones that are identified.
Questions on that? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. Andrew's been really good at keeping us informed of where everything's going. I don't know if Director Weeb has some questions kind of coming onto it, but it's a lot of good work that's been done. Thank you very much, Mr. Reader. It's been great.
Sure. And I would just say to Director Weeb, if you need to, feel free to get a hold of Andrew and discuss some of this stuff, and you will catch up, probably overload.
I'll try not to do that. Okay, our next one, we have Oliver. So this is our, I guess we have some work that we're just finishing up, and we'll actually be looking at commissioning the composting facility in the spring. So that work is actually currently ongoing right now, and that actually the majority of it will be completed by the end of the year, but we will have paving and a number of the structures that need to be built. So we're looking at, again, a spring commissioning. We'll need to install, again, some security cameras as well. We have some already. The reason why the price tag is a little bit higher here than Campbell is just simply because we already have some camera work at Campbell where we don't at Oliver. And we are seeing routine break-ins right now where they're breaking in and damaging some of the equipment that's on site. So it's becoming quite an issue. We are looking at purchasing, I think I mentioned earlier that we are looking at taking over the operation of the landfill itself. So this is, we did a shadow bid that we did, I guess, last year. And in that shadow bid, our bid was $150,000 lower than the next competitive bid. And part of that is that we need to actually purchase a compactor. So we have a $600,000 expenditure. We've already gone out for RFP, and we'll be bringing forward the results of that to the board for their consideration. But the expenditure won't actually take place until next year, and it's a carried forward. Loader, as part of that as well, is identified. So part of the equipment list that we need to purchase is a loader and also a water truck. So we've identified $150,000 for the loader, $50,000 for the truck. And then the last item that we're required to deal with is a game fence. And that was, again, a provincial requirement.
Any discussion? Oh, Director Knodel, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. I think Andrew, you and I and Jim are going to have a chat here because it's looking like it's only cost us $2.5 million to save $150,000. So it looks like a great business plan. But so I'm obviously missing something here. That's a big expenditure. So we'll have a little meeting and a hoedown a little bit later, sir.
CAO, go ahead.
No, $2 million of that was grant, Director Knodel.
Thank you, sir. That helps considerably.
Okay, I'll just carry on. So one of the items that we're also dealing with is some issues up at Apex, and again, this is a carry forward. So this is dealing with some SCADA and some maintenance issues, and particularly just really around the bins themselves. They actually are need some coatings. So this is really what this is for.
Okay. Director looks comfortable. So.
Thank you. Next section is information services, and that's Danny.
Sure. You're okay? Oh. An unnecessary one then?
Whatever happened to junkyard dogs?
Yeah.
Most of them are carried forward.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Good evening. Good afternoon. I don't know. I lived here the last few days, so.
Go ahead.
So most of the items is a big list, but it is mostly carry forwards. The reason for a lot of these carry forwards are supply chain issues. Supply chains have really affected my area of operations here, the chip shortages, things like that. Amazingly, everything I handle needs a chip, and many of them are not available. So we've had extended delays on many of the equipment. Some of the equipment in this room, for instance, just showed up about a week ago. So, and that's after 10 months of waiting. And some things that I still want to order, I've been given dates of over 12 to 14 months of wait. So I'm still experiencing that. So you do see a lot of carry forwards. The 3 new requests that I put in this year are completely separate. It's more like the next phase, even though we haven't finished the previous year's implementations because of the equipment. We are still moving forward in multiple phases that we've looked at from the IT assessment that was done when I first joined in 2020. So if there's questions about the carry forward or information, I can speak to those. For the 3 new requests, you'll see 3 items there. I want to explain a little bit of terminology here. We use the term WAN, wide area network is what that refers to, as opposed to a LAN, which is a local area network. The regional district is made up of both. So a lot of our buildings that are well connected or close by, for instance, this facility, the one across on Main Street, as well as our annex, we treat in a LAN environment. There's better connectivity, closer proximity, and allows us to consolidate some of the equipment. When it comes to WAN infrastructure, that's usually spanned by, long distances and not as good of connectivity, which is most of the regional districts. So one of the things that was identified when I first got here was that the WAN infrastructure really wasn't there to support a unified management structure for the internet, for IT purposes, period. So we've been working to upgrade that, and you've seen those requests come through every year. It's not something we can do in 1 year. So for the first one, we're in our second phase of adding devices so that all of our buildings can get connected. So all of the departments depend on communication. There's still many sites that just don't have a link into the main RDOS network. So we did about 18 sites. We're hoping to do another 18 sites and bring those in so they can share information and then consolidate services. That's the other advantage. By building that infrastructure, we hope to bring other efficiencies into the operation with phone communications, device management, things like that. So the first item there you'll see is that WAN infrastructure. That's what that refers to. Second one is security panels and the security infrastructure. Identified through a bit of an audit is the age, I guess, of many of our security and building access systems, as was identified earlier in the week. We are looking to unify that and upgrade. Many of them are end of life and end of support, and sadly to say, the readers and things like that have evolved. Hackers move quickly, and some of the data infrastructure in our facilities is older than that. Second of all, is they're all separate, different systems. With these proposal, we're looking at unifying them so that the database of users, access, when things were turned on, things like that, programming is all unified across all of our sites, and we do have a lot of sites. So it's a large amount for $120,000, but we're talking 30 sites. Each one's about $3,000 to $4,000 needed of equipment to replace the security panel, door strikes, and any other little sensors that we found on the windows, doors, those kind of things. So that's what that security panel refers to, 30 sites that we've identified and all of the pieces that go with that, tying that into our new network infrastructure. The last one, these are all connected, is $100,000. Those are for the next set of upgrades. So the first few years we did the network infrastructure itself in the sense of switches and things where your computer plugs in the ports. A little different than home, just to give context for the board to understand. When we buy a switch, which is a device that all the computers physically plug in, or your phones, or anything that needs network connection. At home, you probably have something called a router, or your Wi-Fi access point, something like that. A few $100s. Most of the switches in our realm start at $15,000 to $20,000 each. They typically support 24 or 48 ports, but once you get to that 49th port, you're spending $15,000 again. Lots of reasons for that is not needed for here, but willing to talk to you, geek, if you want, and have a conversation that way. So this next set is really around the firewalls and a bit more security. We've been beta testing in the past security appliances that do kind of monitoring of the network to see if any nefarious action is occurring on the network, things like that, to try and address some of the preliminary security concerns in network. Security is becoming an elevated concern across the board because of the attempts of hacking, cyber attacks is just not going down, sadly. An appliance, they're about $40,000, so it's a large chunk of that, allows us to, with AI, kind of monitor that 24/7. We still need human intervention, so it's not a replacement of a staff person, although I know RDs have bought an appliance like this, so they didn't put in another person. Although it's an appliance, it's not a person, they do work in hand, but it isn't one of the newer tools available in the arsenal of securing and data infrastructure like ours. And the rest of it is also around the firewalls, and I mentioned security access and the software that goes with that. The Wi-Fi we have is better than 15 years old, which isn't great as well for attacks and some of the issues you might have even seen this week. So we're looking at improving that as well with that same line item. And that's the 3 items.
Okay. Any questions on that?
Not even one.
We got one who's ready to try it. Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thanks to the chair. Kind of afraid whether or not I open my mouth and I'll just get shot. But my question is, again, is because of getting technical, I'm a Luddite. But when you're looking at all these different things and you've addressed where we were for 15 years, how do you integrate, if there's a quick way of saying it, like the redundancy systems and the kind of like where you've got, Wi-Fi, but you also need to have hardline things, and then you're also looking at, the timeline. It's almost like every 5 years everything's kind of gone. So how do you integrate that in a budgetary plan like this? Just if there's a short answer, I'm not quite sure.
Try.
Jim and I have actually been working on that because there is things that need to be replaced. It's just evolution of technology. But what we're doing is, part of what we're doing is really unifying the system and looking those efficiencies elsewhere. So as we bring on the WAN infrastructure, for example, that means that we can now change the telephone system and utilize that and save no long distance. We've also looked at consolidating that information. So we've already identified close to $30,000 to $40,000 worth of savings in phone costs alone by connecting the network appropriately. Same efficiencies come from joining more and more buildings together. So I'm very successful in that in my past about really leveraging those efficiencies to save real world dollars. We don't need to be paying TELUS and service providers and Shaw the same costs that we do. We pay them a lot of money. We're looking at that money staying internally and then utilizing that to broaden those services or have it put into reserve so that in 10 years you have that money. So trying to minimize as much extra that we go out to by utilizing all these upgrades need to give us efficiencies that actually work out to dollars. So that's what we're focusing on.
Sounds like a good plan to me, but Director Coyne.
Just a quick question about your copier. Do we own those copiers or do we lease them?
There's a combination right now. Again, we're trying to centralize the fleet, which is also tying into one of our scanning projects to save some dollars there and tying to workflow processes that we do with a few departments and capturing our folios, records management, and invoicing as well.
So do you want to go to are we going to be looking at leasing or are we going to look at like buying all of them out?
There's a couple of programs we're looking at. One of the best is where you just pay per copy. So there's a couple of provincial procurement programs we're looking into, as well as some of the vendors that offer those services as well. So you just pay per copy, and depending on color or size, and those negotiable, they bring in the machines. But again, some of that has to happen at a certain scale. They won't do that for just one copier necessarily. But that's what we're looking at, see which avenue is the most cost effective for us long term.
Excellent. Other than that, it looks like great work.
Yeah. Director Miller.
Hi, like Director Van Elfen, I too am new, so I apologize if it's already been covered. But has any serious consideration ever been given to tying in with the member municipalities or the school board for that matter? Would that result in significant savings, or would it just be significant headaches?
No, that is really an endeavor of mine for the last 28 years. If there's any service that can be centralized to that degree to regional, it's IT. I mean, that's why there's a cloud and why hundreds of companies will get services from a manufacturer. So the good thing is we have a very good relationship with many of the municipalities and organizations around. I've personally visited many of them. There are projects in the work and discussions about centralizing some services. I don't know if it's thanks to the pandemic or not, but because of the new data center that we've been able to acquire that was attached to the Valley First Bank, that is a resource that's available to the regional district. It's much larger in the sense of capacity than really the RDOS services alone, but it makes a great spot for regionalizing other services. And I have talked to many municipalities about that. There's a very good relationship that I've been able to build up with Summerland and Penticton, Oliver and Asuyus, Karamius as well. I haven't been out to Headley much, at Princeton, but you know, I do love the drive. And see what options are available there for the future. So it is a great opportunity, I think, for the regional district as a whole. We all spend money in IT, and there's got to be a way to leverage that money so that it's not being double dipped into communities. And the fact that with what we got with that resource now at the bank built something that most people can't afford. They're a bank. To be able to leverage that across the regional district just makes sense.
Okay. Don't believe I'm missing anything else there. And we all look reasonably satisfied, unless someone's wanting to say otherwise.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark? So last but not least is community services. There is 10 slides, 22 different services with capital projects.
Wow.
Thanks, Jim. All right, yeah, so community services. So this is going to have some corporate facilities items, and many of these are going to be based on the Parks and Recreation Commission. So lots of conversation over the years with the commissions, bringing a lot of community projects forward. So some of them are carried forward that we're already working on. Some of them they are asking us to add those to the list for the coming year. First one out. So this is the remaining carry forward amount for the COVID restart money that we received to update this building. So a number of things that still need to occur, primarily the HVAC. So that's the leftover amount there. The accessible doors for the front of house here, we've deferred that a few times because we're going to try and do that as part of a review of the envelope of the building, and we're looking at actually adding some doors right behind us here to the main vestibule. So we're just carrying forward that amount. The next one is a new item. What we're suggesting is the last item we have on the building upgrade for this particular building, and that's our two primary washrooms at the back. So doing a renovation of that space. So that's a new item that we're recommending we carry forward with. Can hold there.
Sure. Any questions on this so far?
Okay.
Look.
I mentioned this one earlier, Naramata Museum. This is a building that the regional district owns downtown Naramata. It's the home of our water operations for Naramata and also for the museum. So this is an overhaul of their heating and cooling system that we're proposing for this year. And that's, yeah.
Okay, Director Federico?
Mark, is that for the whole building then? That's for the water side too, not just the museum side?
I believe it's just the water side. Yeah, because they separated it a number of years ago. But there was some discussion earlier about opening it up. So we'll probably look at the entire building because there was discussion about moving water operations at some point. So probably for more discussion with yourself and how you want to proceed with that.
Okay. Next.
So the Seacrest Hill seasonal campground, this is the remaining portion. Sorry. Oh, I missed one. Seacrest Hill was the last one on there. That's the remaining portion of money that we received from the Ministry of Agriculture to update that facility. So we're just carrying forward that last amount. The majority of which has been expensed, though.
Sure. Director Knodel is happy, I'm hoping. Thumbs up. So
That's good because it's done. So for Area D, Centennial Park, there was a portion of funds that were allocated previously for upgrading that washroom. We're carrying forward that amount. And there's a new amount that we're adding to it to complete other items related to it. Hopeful to get a grant. Haven't got a grant yet, so just holding that money. Centennial Park is one of the main primary park spaces down in Okanagan Falls along the beach. It's got an older building used for washrooms, so the idea is to overhaul that. Centennial, yes. Oh, sorry. Oh, I apologize. This is Centennial Park is the asset that is behind the fire hall. It's part of the Okanagan Falls Improvement District, which was now going to become a regional district asset. So that project, new washroom in that location, no washroom at all. So it was going to be a new one. Wasn't enough funds in place to complete it. So the project was deferred, and then with the UFID transitioning over, we held off on the project. So the new allocation of funds is to complete that project once we've made the transfer.
It says with gas tax. And
Yes.
Is that a new request for gas tax?
Yes.
Yeah. And the area director is aware?
Fortunately, Director Taylor has been part of the Okanagan Falls Parks Commission, so he'd be very familiar with it. Yeah.
Good.
Okay, so for Area E, this one's not mine. Liquid Waste Management Plan.
Want to speak to that?
Oh, okay.
Why don't we do March? Okay, we'll do March first, come back.
Okay. Wayfinding. The community has working with the, help me out here. Discover Naramata, thank you. They have that's the last one on the list under Area E. Bill. Yeah.
Okay.
This is a community wayfinding signage program that was started a number of years ago. So there's a carry forward. Sorry, they didn't end up budgeting for it, but they're choosing to budget for it this year to carry forward to complete the project.
Okay. Nodding yes.
Okay, so within the 911 system, this is a regional.
Emergency planning was on that last page.
Yeah, at the bottom. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually under our Fire Smart program, which we flow through the emergency program. So a number of the communities, including ourselves as a regional district, we received a good sized grant from UBCM for our Fire Smart program. We leased a vehicle. So we realized at some point through the year that we were going to put about $26,000 into a lease, which is fine if that's the only option. Our funds are continuing. We're going to apply for grant again. So we're proposing that we actually purchase a vehicle through our Municipal Finance Authority lease program. So we actually own the asset as opposed to just giving that money to a rental company.
Director Coyne.
So you said this is for Fire Smart?
It is.
So is it a hybrid pickup truck, or are we going to use an SUV to do Fire Smart? Or?
Yeah, we used an SUV this year, which was quite good. We're not hauling material around for this particular part of it. We use our trucks if we need to.
Okay, so you do
because there is a chargeback option as well.
You do it differently than we do. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so 911. Yeah, I'm just looking at the screen. Yeah, so we have the telecommunications study. So this is a regional service, all municipalities and electoral areas. We're part of a contract with 9 regional districts to carry out our regional program through ECOM. This is the telecommunications infrastructure part of that. So each local government's required to own or run their own assets. So we do this throughout the region in order to have communication with all of our emergency services, primarily the fire departments. The fire department budgets address their own needs internally. This is all the assets, which is typically going to be mountaintop towers, the infrastructure in the ground, and the repeater sites at the fire halls. So we did a study 10 years ago, approximately about 8 years ago, actually, to set us in the right course for the next 10 years. So we embarked on this last year as a budgeted item. We're just now getting our bids in on that, so the board will see more on that shortly. So we'll have a new study to set us forward for the next 10 years and where we're going. So it's going to address anything from new infrastructure needs. We've got Apex Fire that's coming on board to anything within the whole National Fire Protection Association standards that might be new and innovative. So pretty comprehensive study.
Go ahead, Director.
Yeah, so two questions is, will this include the incorporation of ARIS into our 911?
It will.
For the first part, okay, and then the second part, so when we had that power outage in Princeton a little while ago, one of the things that went down that most people don't know is our 911 system actually went down for a while. Will we be able to address some redundancy through that at that time?
Yeah, happy to talk about that some more offline, but we did some research on that and our 911 system did not go down. We need to find out what exactly happened. We heard there was some
The fiber optic line went down.
Yeah, so it's so we have to talk with TELUS about that, right? So there's where we're relying on infrastructure mechanisms like TELUS. Like I said earlier, with the mountaintop towers, Rogers had a tower blow down at one point. So what we try to do is have redundancy built in. So our primary system is a radio-based system, and then there's a secondary interconnect, phone lines. So it's complex and deep, but there are certainly challenges from time to time that come up.
Okay. Seeing no other hands.
Okay, so this is Area A. This is the Osoyoos Lake.
There is
Sorry?
one. Director Coyne, Senior.
Yeah.
Mark, you said that this is is this the study that we're going to find out what it's going to cost to do the service out to Princess Summerland area? Or is this included in actually putting something in place?
This will be the study that will tell us what's needed for the next 10 years. For any upgrades that are required, any gaps in the services, any new technology that's needed. Very similar to what we did in our first study 7-8 years ago. That was a major overhaul. It was a similar priced study that ended up being a $1.6 million expenditure to update all the facilities. If some of the board members recall, it was a pretty big step. We don't expect anything close to that. This is more about looking at gaps in service. But this will be the study to provide us with a plan for the future.
Oh, I thought we already had a plan to put something out there, but from the last.
Well, there is, and some of those have been addressed, but this is looking at any of the other holes that are in place. Like Hayes Creek, for example, we did some upgrades that was based on this past year. We did some work to upgrade that. Willowbrook is one of the last ones that I think is actually on our list to just complete that.
There's a few of them.
Yeah, because it's not very good out there. Be glad to see something happen.
Yeah, there's a lot of coverage issues.
Yeah, we need more cell towers or radio towers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So I see Willowbrook Tower is our next carry forward. That's one of the specific items that we're updating. That's a tower that's in close proximity to the Willowbrook Fire Hall, which happens to be getting a renovation at this point too, as well. So that's the carry forward to complete that project.
Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. Just a question, Mr. Woods. Organizations like BC Ambulance, and as you know, on my day job, we have lousy radio connections in different spots. Is there or has there ever been looking at going in on or getting support, or when we put in towers to get other emergency agencies to utilize instead of, so again, that we're not people doubling up in partnerships and that kind of thing?
Absolutely. Always. It's called a co-location agreement. So we'll often see it. And certainly within Danny's world, you see that within all the networks. We're on, I mentioned Rogers, Beaconsfield. We share space for the RCMP tower up the top of Apex. So wherever we can, we will share space. Sharing coverage, we'll try to do that where we can. RCMP is completely exclusive. We can't play there, but we can certainly use their space through agreements. So we have a number of those partnership agreements in place now.
Okay.
The last one on 911, Chair, is it just says repeater, but the document's obviously more detailed. That's for the Apex repeater. This is obviously we know Apex fires a new taxation service in place. So there's another example of where we completed that work from the prior study and did a full gap coverage analysis last year. And this is the funds to actually do the upgrades to the tower itself and the repeater itself, which I mentioned is on the Beaconsfield RCMP tower.
Okay. Don't see any questions. So. Oh, go ahead, Director Conans.
So this, I'm going to say I'm a Luddite too. So, but I don't, and maybe you've already talked about this as a board, but here in Penticton, we have a huge problem with our cell service right now. And you can talk to people on the street, and it's a really, really serious thing that's happening. And anyone who's on a TELUS tower, whether it be Bell or Virgin or TELUS right now in Penticton, are having huge problems with their cell service. And so, and the reason I bring it up, and again, it's maybe something I should have brought up with Danny, but the reason, for example, this summer I saw someone get full hit on a bike with a car, by a car, flipped over, on the ground. I'm calling the 911, and which typically happens with this problem right now. I can hear them perfectly, but they can't hear me. And so when as you guys know, I knocked on a lot of doors this summer for the election. I talked to so many people that are having this huge problem, and it's dangerous. It's a dangerous problem. And and they say they're going to build, finally, when I was able to, about my own service, I finally got a hold of them to say that, yeah, we can't do anything for you. We have to build another cell tower in your area. And in fact, when I got a phone now as a city councillor, I got a phone and I've changed to Rogers, and everything's fine, but the city has said that they've had to change to Rogers because of this issue. So have you heard anything about this, or in this area, or this problem?
Well, and I'm not a technical expert by any means, but speaking specifically to the service of 911, we hear about all kinds of horrible stories of dropped calls and dead air, and that can happen on landlines as well, and again, broken fiber lines. So redundancy is important, but just to be on the street and make a phone call, that's sort of beyond our control. So TELUS is primarily involved because they have the bulk of the infrastructure. I know one of the significant steps they're trying to make is to deal what's called next gen 911, and that's because people are texting in calls now. So that's where we've been waiting as a board and the other 8 boards to get an answer from Regional District Central Okanagan, which is the lead for us on that, in how they're going to address that. I absolutely think one good step would be to have one of those technical experts come and speak to the board, and I think we could maybe arrange for that. It's been some time since the board's had anybody come from RDCO to talk about 911 because they're well versed in this. But it is a challenge in many places, as I understand.
Okay. Director Holmes?
Just a little tip for TELUS Bell users. If you switch your phone to 3G rather than LTE, it makes all the difference in the world. The data is slower, but you don't have the drop calls. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring back the flip phones.
Yeah, here we go. All right. I'm seeing no more hands, so next one.
Okay. So Community Parks Area A, this is a project that's been ongoing for some time now. So it's a carry forward. This is a pedestrian pathway, we call it, which is built right within the road infrastructure. It was washed away during the flooding in 2018. So after a few years of permitting and lots of work, that project is coming to a close now. So it's just carrying forward the last of the funds to build that out next year.
Okay. Moving on.
One more. Yeah, Community B, Community Parks. Yeah, so this is the Cobo Park in electoral area B. So there's a number of requests for some improvements out at the park that have come from the commission, and that's just our list for next year.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything from Director Bush, so he must be okay with it. Is it?
No, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Any of this 20,000, is that anything to do with the study they're doing this year, or is that going in?
No, this is for next year's work. No, the plan development is funded from this year, 22. That plan will sort of inform future upgrades, but this is, these were some specific items that were added to the list for upgrading amenities in the park. And certainly all of them are discretional. They're requested, but they're certainly, any of them can be pulled back.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into that because I think I'd already put in 6,000 gas tax money for improving one of the ball field diamonds, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Which
is and that they did.
Actually.
Yeah.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they've planned that with the funds that were in place from this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys can discuss later if need be.
Okay.
Area C.
Area C. Okay. Yeah. So this is, I'm sorry, park washroom building upgrade. Park playground. Kim, this is Oliver Parks and Recreation. So I don't have details on that, unfortunately. That's currently with the Oliver Parks and Recreation Society. So, I mean, traditionally they do the same thing. They submit their budgets into the board, as do we. So I don't know if you have any further detail from Carol Sheridan and perhaps from yourself, Director.
Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Well, sorry, Director Knoedel, just to the chair, we've had extensive discussions about the budget, so well aware of everything included in here and no concerns moving forward.
Okay.
All right.
Director Knoedel, you wanted to add?
You stole my thunder.
Okay. So the next one is Area F, Community Parks. There's a carry forward amount, just a small amount for the remaining work for the plan that was done. So it should be, yeah, it should be the right one. Area F, Community Parks. No, it's still set, yeah. So we developed a plan with the commission for Mariposa Park. I went through about a year's worth of engagement on that. This is the remaining portion that was left in that budget, so we bring it forward just in case it's needed. The second amount is the full amount that we've budgeted for phase 1 and 2 of construction. So as the director will know, we were intending on starting construction a few weeks back and a snowstorm happened. So we really didn't want to rip up the park and leave it muddy under the snow for the season. So we're bringing all that forward work-wise for next early season.
Okay.
And so there's a long list of items that are part of that.
You're aware of it? Go ahead, though, if you have something to say.
Yeah, no, I am aware of it. And I think by moving it forward, we'll have to relook at the plan that we want to do for 2023 because it's pretty lofty with the bathrooms and the septic and everything. So can we get the budget updated with the path and then whatever makes sense, like around electrical or the irrigation and stuff. And then we'll put a pause on the bathroom or anything like that until we see where the rest of the budget heads up. And are you going to touch on the signage program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can I leave it with you then to redo the budget for Mariposa, take out everything that they start this year and then, okay, perfect.
Will do. Yeah.
Thanks.
And so for the signage, signage program, I'm not sure which one this is.
Me neither.
I'm gonna have to follow up.
Okay.
I'm not sure what this one is.
I know there was a discussion for a while around regional signage and having
Yeah.
First Nation, but I don't know what it is either. Okay.
Yeah,
But
I'll
what I
follow up.
do have on my budget here is $10,000 for a contractor for the Falder.
I think this is just something, signage program's been added in there because that is what I was gonna speak to is the area, Falder area plan to develop a site for park purposes. And that's a consultant to come in and do some work, some research, some community engagement. That's what that $10,000 is for.
Okay.
I think we got a typo there.
Okay, and can I ask a question on that then about the contractor to the chair? Is that all right?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. So with when we have something like this in Falder, so we've got Falder community members coming to the Parks and Rec, and they're interested in putting a park out in Falder. So we've had some of our staff go out and take a look at different areas. So what is what do we need the contractor for? Like, wouldn't this staff be able to go and do that as part of just?
My understanding
work?
is you wanted an engagement process out in the community. We're adding our capacity, have to hire someone to do the work.
So that's for the engagement, not necessarily, okay.
Yeah, we can do lots of background work and looking at parcels of land and whether or not it's appropriate or not, but this is to supplement it.
Supplement that up. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I
And it's a
think,
budget, we can use any portion of that.
okay, that's great. So then, yeah, everything, that makes sense. And if we can just get the budget updated for Mariposa, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it was just mislabeled. That is the one.
Okay, cheers, thanks.
Okay, Director Monteith, did I see a hand from you? You're okay?
Yeah.
Moving on.
And so this is the Oliver Rink renovation project, the next one. Oh, we
Nope,
switched.
back one.
Quick draw there. So this is a large ticket amount. This is a grant that came in through the province. This is currently being worked on and will commence over the next 2 years.
I'm being told it's all good, so.
Oliver, and Oliver. So again, to the Oliver Parks and Recreation Society. All good? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is within the Karameas areas B and G, so the Similkameen Recreation Service. So there's a number of projects that are slated to be done out in one in particular is the rink replacement design. So there's an outdoor rink space there that's been in place for a number of years. This is to secure design services to come in and do work and work with the community, come up with a concept to provide a plan for the future. The second is a specific construction project related to, it's referred to as the exterior landscaping. So a full concept was laid out for the space with lighting and pathways and drainage, pavement, etc. That plan's been bounced around for a while. So in order to get adequate funds, it was deferred to next year to put a little more money in place to make sure that the full project could be done. So now that that's shovel ready, it's ready to go with adequate funds.
Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. And I guess we'll be talking with Director Wiebe. I think he would have been brought up to speed a little bit by maybe we will be bringing him up to speed. But decisions that Director Bush and I had talked about gas tax to make sure that we maintain momentum on something during this challenging time without increasing taxation.
Okay, so you guys got lots of meetings to do.
Yeah.
So he doesn't sweat.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next one is the change room that's at the community center, and that's the shower replacement. So that's a renovation project. So this is a carry forward amount. And then the next is because additional funds were needed to complete that project. Like so many other projects, it was more costly than anticipated. So the project will actually be done next year with the additional funds if they're made available. There's a carry forward amount, small amount there for the fan installation, rebuild. So some sort of line items here really, but these are just upgrades to the existing infrastructure there at the building for the compressor rebuild.
Okay.
The next one is somewhat unique. It's you've probably all heard of me talking about the physical activity trailer PAT. That's our recreation program. So we have a PAT trailer that we send out to events and communities. It works really well. Allows us to take not only some volunteers sometimes of our rec coordinators, but some really great tools and play toys to go out to communities. The idea is to put another one out in the Similkameen because it's a pretty popular item. So just to double that resource.
Okay. Not seeing any hands yet. Director Roberts, go ahead.
Thanks to the chair. Just because I was getting asked some questions on why it wasn't regional. The PAT trailer is regional. And this was the reason why I suggested we have one for the Similkameen, specifically because of our isolated communities further down the valley. And in that way, freeing up the other one to be used more throughout the rest. And so, and I do have an appropriate trailer for a low, no, never mind.
Not the time for that. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Let's go on to the next one.
Okay. So also in the BG Karameas, this is a separate service. It's the pool. in Karamia. So these are just replacement items for the cover and the filters, the 2 sand filters that are in place. So just some recurring maintenance items. Expensive, but important.
All right. Lots going on there. Go ahead, Director Zafino, or Mr. Zafino. I'm starting to get.
You keep trying to
droopy.
promote. You keep trying to promote me.
That might be a demotion.
Just want to state, it is 3:00. It was supposed to go to 3. There's 5 more slides with, I believe, 5 more projects, but there's quite a number on each one. What's the board's pleasure on this?
I'll look around. You want to finish it off or call it a day? Call it a day is the general feedback I'm getting. Where is it specifically to? Could we take a quick look at it? And if it's just one specific area, that would go very fast. Or
there's 5
OK Falls, who isn't here.
Okay.
Tulameen, and the next one, Culloden. Let's hold them ones off for now.
Okay. Yeah.
I doubt it because it's town that operates that one.
I better put these back because I need this.
Approved gas tax for it. So. Go ahead, Mr. Zafino.
So for the next meeting, you will be provided with an updated appendix of the FTEs, the supplemental requests, the grants, and I will give you the new schedule with the same order as the slides so that the board can make the decisions.
Okay. That would be great. We appreciate all the work you've put into this. There's a lot there. And thanks everybody for your attention. I didn't see anybody nod off. Maybe that was because I did and didn't notice it, but regardless, we made it through the day and thank you. We'll adjourn with that. So.